Hello, everyone, and welcome to Lost Mine of Fendelver. I am the DM along with my wonderful players, Julia, Matt, Jean, and John. How's everybody doing today?
Doing good.
Pretty good.
Good,
I'm
good.
great.
So we're coming back. Got to run through the announcements very quickly. As usual, we have our subs, our particular sub goals continue, constantly climbing. So thank you everybody for that. Can't wait till we actually get to 100. Like we're at almost 42 of the 100 Twitch goal subs. So when we get to that 100 mark, that's when we're going to do the giveaway for the random 3D printed model for everybody. So I can't wait for that. That's going to be a lot of fun. For those who missed it, if you're not on our social medias, the Facebooks and the Twitters and such, we are actually there's going to be a new game that we're going to be streaming starting May 3rd on Mondays. Is Monster Hearts 2. Welcome to Whisperbank. It is it's a role-playing game. It is not a tabletop role-playing game. It's purely role-play. There are some dice dynamics to it. We use the Apocalypse World system, and there's going to be a few primers for folks who are interested to learn more about it. But pretty much the pitch of this is it's basically set in it's set in the early '90s, and it is teenagers dealing with all the teenage angst that all teenagers do, on top of the fact that they also happen to be secretly monsters. So it's going to be a 6-part miniseries. Starts May 3rd. Just had my session 0 with my players on Monday. It was amazing. Can't wait for everybody to see that. But you can keep up with, not just by following us and making sure the notifications are on so you're updated with all of that cool stuff. But you can actually, if you're on our social media, on Facebook, on Discord, on Instagram, on the Twitters, we're announcing all of that stuff all over there. So please follow us on those if you haven't already. As always, I ask everybody to please show love to the players here who are doing their own things. Every break, you will always see everything that they are doing. From Unconventional Heroes to John's book, Tales of the Left Hand. Matt is part of a great Good Neighbors RPG Monster of the Week podcast, but he also has a new project coming out. Matt, tell us a little bit about that, please.
Starting the Monday of the 26th, I will be opening up my own Twitch channel with a D&D game. I will be DMing. It is an original story written in an original world called World of Aspire. The Twitch channel is going to be Twitch TV /aspiring_adventures. And besides the D&D game, I'll probably also be popping in to play video games from time to time.
Awesome. Yeah, so we'll have more information for that on this stream as we move forward. Right now, you can still additionally keep hearing him on the Good Neighbors podcast as well. So this is like please show everybody the love for all the projects, because this is the way we uplift each other, is by sharing each other and helping each other out. So please, we'll get all that information out, and you'll eventually start seeing it here in the stream as well. So thanks, Matt. I can't wait to see all of that stuff. That's going to be fun. All right. So without further gilding the lily, let us continue our game. Last we met, you had not only finished the task set forth by the strange druid Rydolph here in the ruins of Thundertree, and successfully felled a young green dragon, but you also happened to take care of a few other crazy things going on in the ruins. You were aware, of course, of the giant spiders, which you did run into a few of those and dispatched them accordingly. but there was some strange cultists that had apparently taken up residence at the very far end of the ruins of Thundertree. That without much difficulty, you also dispatched. While Bocek, in between that and continuing continuing to fight walls, came to the realization that you were all very bad influences on him. He was at least wise enough to realize that. But you then, after finishing with the cultists, made your way back to Rydolph's cottage, informed him of your success, which also took the form of the head of the dragon that you were dragging around with you. And you are currently at the moment where you are getting ready to take your long rest. Rydolph allowed Teague to basically take his spot in the cottage, while shaping into a squirrel and disappearing into a hole in the wall. And that is currently where we at right now. So you are getting ready to rest for the evening. You're bedding down. The cottage itself is a little cramped, but doable for your group, especially with Rydolph no longer being in there.
I just realized something.
What?
Why don't I go get the horses and T can sleep outside to protect them?
This seems like a good
That's
plan.
Good idea. I'll go with you at least, just to make sure that nothing. You don't come across something already eating them.
All right. Yeah. So we'll go retrieve the horses that we left outside of town.
Okay, that's easy. That's easy enough. You've actually, you feel pretty confident that you've cleared out, like, at least in this area, the between the little twig creatures and the giant spiders. The two of you are able to make your way back to where you left the horses. Thankfully, they are untouched. They do seem a little spooked, in being in the area that they are, but without a lot of coercion, because they seem to trust Warple for some reason. You're able to bring them back to the actual cottage, tie them up, and actually put Teague outside with them.
Yeah, and again, I will cast Speak with Animals, reassure them, be like, everything's fine. Teague's my friend. He might be a predator, but he's not going to eat you. He's going to protect you from anything bad. Don't worry. We're gonna keep you safe because you're good, strong boys and girls. You're the best horses.
I need you to make an animal handling check with advantage, because you are speaking with animals.
Wow, that was a natural 1 and a 4, so that's an 8.
Teague smells weird.
Yeah. Yeah. So the male horse Rebel, he's just like, yeah. No. He smells funny, and there's other smells around here. It's just, I mean, we'll stay here, but nope. It's not good. It's not good.
We're gonna leave. We're gonna leave as soon as we get light, so it won't be that long. You'll be fine. We just gotta rest. Also, we probably smell like dragon. I'm sorry.
Well, that explains that smell. Okay. And you do have the netted dragon head tied up on the side of the cottage as well. So I'm sure that's not helping matters either. But you do your best, Gorple, to kind of calm them. But you can still see, I mean, that there's like a nice sheen of sweat on both their coats. They're just like they're not able to like be still, but they're not trying to actively pull away from you. So
Right.
there is that.
I'm like, all right, Rebel, you're big and strong, and this will help. And I'll feed him a good berry so that he gets that comfort and that full magical robust meal he needs.
Yeah. So you got. I'm not hungry anymore. That's good. Thank you. And he seems to calm a little more. And the other horse, she actually, you can see in her demeanor, she's like taking her cues from him, and she then begins to calm as well.
All right, Teague, keep an eye on them. Get your rest, but I expect you to protect them. Oh, well, now I can speak to him currently.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. He's like, all right. All right. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I was like, you're a dragon slayer. You're a dragon. Remember what one of your first kills is. Just remember this day.
Mm-hmm. I ripped that dragon apart. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I smile a big frog smile, and I head inside.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Norma just looks at the horses, and the velociraptor kind of heads inside.
Yeah. No, Teague is on high alert in this area. I mean, he's listening to you intently, but you can see like his head twitching constantly, just making sure, looking for threats anywhere. But you and Drovar make your way back into the cottage. Bocek, this is a very tight squeeze for you, but laying down is actually better than standing up in this small cottage. And you definitely need the rest. You've had a very long, hurtful day, and you absolutely need the rest. So you're very grateful to kind of lie down. And there are clumps of straw that it seems that Rydoff probably uses, for bedding, that are in the corners of this cottage. And so, the number of you can, if you wish, kind of pull some of the straw out to make the uneven floor a little softer for yourself.
I get out the bath tin from Teague's saddle, and I fill it with water, and I will submerge myself while I sleep.
Easy enough. So as you bed down is there anything any of you would like to do prior to bedding down, or just you're just conking out?
So I would like to use about 4 ounces of that green dragon blood I collected.
Mm-hmm.
4 ounces of dragon's blood to 5 gallons of water in trying to brew a beer with dragon's blood.
Okay, so you did brew that goodberry drink. Remember that it's like a mini TARDIS in the sense that you have gallons of this brew in it. So what are you doing with that? Because you need to empty that out before you actually continue another brew. So what are you doing with the existing brew in there?
So I have that. I also, in the first town, purchased a empty keg. I am pouring the goodberry brew into the empty keg and starting the dragon brew in my convenient brewer.
Okay, easy enough. So you get this. I'm trying to remember how many gallons it is.
5 gallons.
5 gallons. Okay. So you get this 5-gallon keg, empty keg, which has been, while it's been empty, it's been lighter. And all of you watch as Bocek takes this small little keg, just tiny handheld keg, drags this large 5-gallon empty keg in there, and he's just, over the next half an hour, is just pouring, like it's just this constant pour into this keg, and it just doesn't stop until eventually just watches it starts to ebb off, and then it is now completely empty. And the 5-gallon keg is full.
Huh. It's magic. Right. That makes sense. Okay.
So you now have
your first answer. I thought for you, you'd be like, "Oh, he's doing magic." I was here.
No, I forgot the keg. I forgot the small thing was magic, and I was very confused. It's okay.
And Radolf kind of told us that this area was safe because of his keeping it. Like this area, like his house and like the area that he lives in, is safer than the rest of the town. Okay.
Yeah, it's somewhat. He tries to keep it as safe as possible. The dragon was making it difficult.
All right. Do we want to keep watches, or do we just want to try to conk out to get as much sleep as possible with as little time between that, so we don't?
I'll stay up first. I don't. I'm feeling all right, and I mean it. I take the squirrel at his word, but let's. It can't hurt to have one of us stay awake and just stay in practice for it.
Okay. I mean,
So
I
yeah,
can't
I'll
really
stay
see.
first.
I can't really see in the dark, but T can, so I can always take a watch with him.
I wasn't actually going to be outside. I was going to wait to hear if I hear the horses screaming. I'll wake you all up.
That also works.
Yeah.
Okay. So Bocek, you now have a 5-gallon filled barrel, keg, of good berry brew. All right. And easy enough, you begin to actually now you kind of clean out a little bit of the residue inside the small keg, dump it out, and then begin filling it with, you said 5 gallons of water and the 4
ounces.
Okay, of the dragon. Okay, I will say make a. So you are proficient with brewing tools. So I will say this will be a D20. Add your proficiency modifier, and your this will be wisdom in your wisdom modifier.
All right, so that's +4. That's only a 12.
12. Okay. So you successfully are able to mix the ingredients in. The runes as you finish and you put the top on the small little keg. The runes lightly flash, indicating to you as before, it's starting to process. And you'll see what you have in the morning. So you all begin to bed down for the evening. Drovar, you take the first watch essentially.
Yeah, I will stay up while I'm just awake and everyone's I'm trying to just like write down the tale of the dragon's death, basically writing a letter to Shug and my family. It's like, dear mom and dad, I killed a dragon today, that kind of thing, but trying to make it sound a little more dwarven epic.
Right.
It's like, oh, so leapt these flashing steel. Oh, whatever, scratching.
Right.
He's not good at it, but he's trying to get down what he can remember before the night is out.
Easy enough. Yeah, you begin doing that as you watch Gorple sleeping under the water, which is still a little unnerving, but you've seen it before. Bocek, there's the light kind of like bubbling sound that Bocek's little keg makes. It's oddly, very calming, but still a little weird. While Bocek is kind of in the corner, Basia is bedded down for the evening, and as you're writing, and there's no light in here at all at the moment. So just purely with your dark vision, you are doing all of this without a problem.
I do glance over at Basia to see if her book is out and is looking at me.
Okay, make a perception check.
Hey, I don't know. It talks, or at least I see its mouth moving. A 10.
10. You look over and it looks closed. It's currently like by her side, so you kind of only see the spine at the moment. But you don't see any kind of like indication that it's moving or if its eyes are open or anything. But
okay.
But you continue writing the epic tale of the slaying of this young green dragon. And as you are writing, you do see there is a slight glow to your hands. And as you kind of like you stop writing for a moment and look down at your hands, the glow actually begins to separate just slightly from your own, and you can see an extra set of hands kind of superimposed on top of yours. And you kind of hear in the back of your head,
A dragon. Good on you, boyo. That's great. Keep up the good work.
I'll do my best.
and as the glow begins to subside, you can see that just starting to slowly peek all out from underneath your bracers. It seems that the tattoos are have slowly grown and are starting to start to peek out from underneath your bracers. Not a lot. Like, I mean, they just, at this point, they just kind of look like little points of, ink on your skin, just kind of slightly poking out. Nothing, Grant, but you absolutely notice it.
Okay. He finishes up, gets the whatever details he can think of down. It's like, someone have to help me with this later. Okay. Did we decide who was getting up next?
No, I think it was just you.
Okay. I'll go nudge Bochek and just like, your keg's bubbling. It's supposed to be doing that, right?
Yes, Bochek no want to go to school today. Bochek want bake cookies.
You don't have to go to school tomorrow.
Okay, is the you drover?
Yes.
Is Bochek turn?
Yes.
Okay.
Thought I'd ease you into it.
Okay. Is there hose in house?
Hose?
Yes, for like water. Bochek think maybe put in keg and sit by door and just drink.
Yeah, you look around and don't see a hose. There is a bucket that is filled with some water.
Bucket over here. Don't know what he's been using it for.
Yeah,
I mean, he's druid. He can just wave his hands and make water, right?
Yeah, Bochek just use mug. You go get rest. Bochek get drunk while watch door.
Okay. It settles down.
All right. So Drovar, you settle down for the evening. Bochek, you begin to drink, and as you drink this Goodberry brew of yours, the first thing that happens is you get full. You immediately get full. You don't get the healing properties of it, unfortunately. But it definitely, after just one pint of just drinking this, you feel like you've had a meal. And that's great. Except for the fact that you want to keep drinking. So you have to decide whether it's more important to keep drinking and feel bloated or quit while you're ahead. So I need you to make an intelligence check for me.
Against all odds, I got an 11.
11. As much as you want to keep drinking, you know that you probably will feel terrible in the morning. Not hangover terrible, but just stomach terrible. And that's a bad terrible. And so you kind of quit while you're ahead.
Okay, this beer is a 1 per hour beer.
And yeah, pretty much like over, because your watches tend to be about 3 hours each. And so you find like after saying that, you drink after the next hour, you feel a little less full. And you go, okay. And so you start drinking some more, and then you get that full feeling again. And you feel like, yes, absolutely. This is a 1 hour per drink. Yeah. And you start writing this down. I would presume where you keep your recipes. And you make
It's a notebook, mostly written in crayon.
Yeah, you make note of it without issue, and as you're as your watch comes to an end, thankfully nothing untoward has happened without issue. And you don't remember if anybody else was going to take a watch.
I walk over to Gorple's tub.
Okay.
I just kind of splash the water a little bit, like nervously, and then a little more until I finally find where he is, and I shake him a bit.
He just
Yeah.
he
And-
raises his head slightly.
Yeah.
And then I make a Constitution saving throw.
Yes. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
14.
You're good.
Yeah. So, as you find him and grab him, and his head begins to raise slightly above the water, you see obviously the first thing you see are his eyes. They just begin to like open, and they're just peeking out, and all of a sudden, there's 2 more eyes, and then there's 2 more eyes, until there's 6 pair of Gorple eyes just staring at you. And then they're yellow, and then they're blue, and then they're purple, and then you remember, I just touched Gorple.
Number 1 party frog, your turn and your 2 brothers' turns for watch shift.
Oh,
And Bocek woke you up with bare hands, so
you should go to bed then, buddy.
yes, Bocek going to go to bed, maybe eat orange slice. Good night.
All right.
Yeah, so Bocek, you begin to make your way the very, very, very long trek. It wasn't that long when you I mean, you remember this place was small. It feels like it takes you hours to get to where you were sleeping. And as you're walking, you just am I in place? Am I walking in place? Are the walls moving? You're just and Gorple, you're just watching
just
him.
I'm like, is everything all right, buddy?
And as you're watching him, Gorple, he's just standing in place. He's not moved. He's turned
boy.
around, and maybe he's like that for like about a minute, and before he actually kind of like steps over Basia and Drovar, and begins to lay down. And Bocek, as you lay down, to go to bed, you turn to look to see where Basia's sleeping, and you can see her book. Like it's her spell book, but it has 2 legs, it has 2 arms, and it's like, good night.
Good night, book. We arm wrestle in morning.
Okay. And you finally make your way to bed.
Silly, silly mammals. It's okay. And Gorple will just kind of rest in the tub with his head exposed, but he doesn't get dressed, like put on armor.
Yeah.
He has his crossbow cocked by it just in case, but he's like, if I don't have to, I'm not getting out of this tub because I don't get really cold.
Right. Yeah.
Picturing him like sitting in the tub with the crossbow out, like just like
Yeah,
hanging
kind of.
out. Like some people would sit in the tub with a glass of wine, but he's just got a crossbow, you know.
It's his favorite new weapon. Of course he has it.
So easy enough. You spend the next couple of hours on your watch. You don't hear of anything of import. The horses occasionally you can hear kind of like snicker and whimper a little bit, but they seem to be okay. You can actually hear them. And your watch comes to a close without any issues or rest.
All right. I will find a stick, and I will poke Basia with the stick from the tub because I don't want her to cast magic at me, and it's dark, so I know she can't see.
Well,
So
Oh, stick people attacking! No, stick people! Oh no. Okay, it's just stick.
Yeah.
Oh god. Oh.
And at this point, I mean, you actually can see, even though the window is shuttered, you can actually see the light starting to poke through for dawn. But yeah, absolutely, Basia, the stick people are attacking.
Hey,
Ah,
hey,
ah,
don't attack.
what?
Don't cast magic, please.
Okay,
Uh,
okay.
it's
all
your
right.
watch. I just didn't want to touch you because Bocek made the mistake of touching me when he woke up.
Is it morning?
Well, I mean, it's morning for you. The rest of them still need a few hours, and I gotta go
Alright.
back under.
All
And like as mid sentence, I just go underwater.
right, I'll make breakfast. All right, bye. I'll make breakfast,
Yeah.
I guess, then.
All right, so technically there is no more watch, Basha, but they all seem to be just completely tired. So you go, you have the benefits of a full rest at this point. Everybody does,
Perfect.
but they're sleeping. They're kind of sleeping in, and you begin to kind of cook a small breakfast. And you can see also in one of the corners there is like a raised station with a small little kettle that seems to be used for either brewing food like stews or coffee or hot water for tea. Like you're unsure, but you are able to utilize it for however you wish to make breakfast in the morning.
Oh, I will say this,
Great.
DM. I assumed that we were doing each of us take 3-hour shifts. I didn't know that it was just 3 of us taking 3-hour shifts.
Yeah, no. It's a 3-hour shift over the course of 9 hours. So
Okay. Well, in
Yeah.
that case, Gorple will get up and slowly and gently wake the others, but with a stick,
okay.
while Basha prepares, and then he'll also kind of scoot toward the heated fire to dry off and get warm again before he puts on all his clothing.
Yeah, I mean, if you're waking everyone up, I'm not gonna make breakfast because I already know that Bocek likes to cook. So Basha would not make breakfast if y'all aren't sleeping in. So
Okay, fair enough. So you all start to rouse in your own individual ways. Warple poking most of you, if not all of you, with a stick.
Get up! Get up!
it's not two stick people, just Warple.
Don't worry, me and you will take care of any stick people. Holding the axe.
Yeah.
Did you just sleep with that axe cradled?
No, it was right next to me. I mean, it's within reach.
Okay,
Sleep
it's
with
fine.
it.
I slept with
Get
Book.
out.
It's fine. I cuddled Book.
You do accidental shaves of your beard. You do that? No. Every
Bocek,
dwarf learns only do that once.
Bocek, as you come to, there is a small gray squirrel sitting on your chest.
Do you want to arm wrestle me as well, Squirrel Man?
And it just kind of rushes off of your chest next to you, and then you watch as it just turns right off. Morning.
That was really cool.
Thanks.
You know, my people would call you a speaker. You know the words and the truth of the world.
That I do. I haven't been to Chilt since I was a young one, so I'm aware.
Maybe there's conversations I would like to have with you about that.
Maybe. Morning, everyone. It's a lot safer outside now, so your horses are still there. So,
Oh, that's good.
yeah.
Okay.
So he kind of sits down and watches all of you as you kind of go about your morning rituals. And he just for like the first like 20 to 30 minutes, he just sits there kind of cross-legged watching all of you. And then you just watch as he kind of opens his hand and you see a couple of berries just appear in his hand. And he just goes, puts the rest in a little pouch. And he goes, all right, I'm ready.
Is there coffee or tea? Did anyone make anything? Probably not. Okay. Anyway.
Apparently, there's good berries.
There's also good berry beer. It like drinking meal.
Isn't that just like all beer?
I'll try that. I'll try some of that. Yeah, give me that.
Yeah, I will too.
I mean, sure.
Yeah. So yeah, it is absolutely filling and very alcoholic. So I will need.
Oh, that's good.
So everyone except Drovar, actually, I will need to make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
15.
15.
I
Warple?
got a 21, but I don't know if I can be affected by alcohol because it's technically a poison.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But I
Okay.
still rolled a 21, so I'm
Okay.
like,
All right. Bocek, I'm not even going to ask. So, Basha, you get a little lightheaded. And you feel, you're kind of feeling that way that you feel after maybe like 6 or 7 glasses of wine. But, yeah. But you're thankfully you're able to still function. But it's a little lightheaded. You think, but you feel full. Like, absolutely feel full.
I haven't felt like this since Green Grass Celebration 69. This was wow. Yeah, this was that's a lot. Not so sure I should have drank that so early, but
wow,
it's very good.
You must be
That's good.
ancient.
That's not that long ago. Actually, I have no idea what year it is.
That must be you must be ancient.
Sure. Like to you, I'm sure I am.
That's good stuff. That's a good breakfast starter for. You should. You'd make a good bit of money selling that up in the to the dwarves.
Okay.
Yeah. That's good. Good start of the day. All right, here we go.
Yeah. Did you pass one to write off?
Absolutely.
Yeah. He kind of looks at it and kind of sticks his finger in it and just kind of hands it back to you. And he goes, "Wow." And that's it. Like that's all. That's that's it. That's all he says.
Well, I think you got that's two thumbs up there.
I mean, it's very good. It's just a lot. It's a lot.
Yes, only drink 1 per hour, otherwise you get too full.
1 per hour? I'd be dead by like 3 o'clock.
It's a good way to go.
For you,
Like I
maybe.
said, I think that my folk that's just a good wake up. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you could sell it to my folk for sure.
I mean, honestly, if we go into business, Bocek, we could probably sell it to lots of people, or even give it to those who can't afford lots of meals.
Okay, I like that one.
5 gallons of that stuff, that could feed a ton of people.
I like that one. I'm also going to check on the progress of the Dragon's Blood Brew.
Okay. So you begin to open it up. The brewing process has stopped. It's not bubbling anymore. And you slowly begin to open it up, and you kind of take a nice big whiff of it, and there's like a bitter smell to it, but it's not terrible. It's new. You've never smelled something like this. The best way to explain this smell would be kind of like, almost like an IPA that is bordering on a lager, with hints of like nuts, like almost like a chestnut smell to it. That it stings the nose slightly, but then as you continue to kind of breathe it in, the sting goes away, and you can get the smell. The smells become a little stronger and less acrid, if you will.
Given that description, I'm going to set it up for a secondary fermentation then, just to kind of kill off the astringency and acridity.
Okay.
So it's gonna have to ferment for another day.
Okay. So you take off the lid, you put the lid back on, you watch as the runes slightly glow after about 15 seconds, and then you can hear the bubbling start once more. And
How's that coming, Bocek?
Yes, experimental. Need to ferment longer. Otherwise, too much punch in mouth.
No one wants punch in mouth. So yes,
That's
that
not
makes sense.
necessarily true.
Well, that's fair. I don't judge.
There's good punch in mouth, bad punch in mouth. It has nice balance of two, but maybe a little less bad punch in mouth.
I will be excited to try it once done.
Well, I guess let's go.
Yeah, let's get going.
As you all like start to kind of start breaking down your things and packing it up, Rydoff kind of stands up and goes, well, since you're all ready, I just want to I think I need to kind of talk with y'all about something very quickly. So,
All right.
Well, over the course of the evening before I bedded down, I did a kind of quick run through of the area, and well, considering that I'm gonna make good on my promise to y'all is after killing the dragon, I need to make sure that this place is safe from other yahoos that might wander in here, and so I'm not gonna be able to go with you immediately. I need to just. He kind of points over to the corner where you can see some like what basically looks like signs, like the sign that you encountered in the beginning. Some of them are actually like half written. Some of them there's nothing written on them. And he's like, I'm gonna put a few more of these up. There's a few more of them Ash zombies. And some of the other buildings. I'm gonna go take care of them. And I figure what we'll do is this, and you tell me if this is acceptable. Is y'all make your way down to Cragmore Castle, find your friend. All right, I marked it on your map. It's exactly where it is. Trust me, you'll definitely be able to find it using the map. When you're done there, because if your friend's still alive, he's probably not going to be in great shape. Bring him back to Findalen, and I'll meet you back in Findalen. I gotta go see Colleen anyway, seeing as she sent y'all to kind of find me, make sure I was okay. So I'll go to Findalen, let her know I'm fine. I'll meet y'all there, and if you still need me to take you to Wayveck Cave from there, we can do that.
Okay.
Fair enough.
That way you can take care of it, whatever you need to take care of, and I'll be in Findalen waiting for y'all.
All right. Well, let's start off then.
All right. Well, good luck, and I'll see you fairly soon. And he just kind of nods, to all of you as you leave the cottage. You can see the horses are still there. Teague is also there, just kind of like slightly like looking around. Sees you, Gorple, and just kind of
Yeah. I'll feed him some of that 2 weeks worth of jerky.
Yeah, gobbles it right up. No issues at all. You are all somewhat weighed down with the things that you've now acquired. Two of the heaviest heaviest things that you have are the dragon's head and a now full 5-gallon keg. So this is absolutely going to slow your progress. But thankfully you are close to 2 locations. You are close to both the city of Neverwinter and also Helmshold, which Basia had earlier said is where she actually lives. So if at any point you wanted to make your way to those locations to possibly, either acquire a cart or another horse or sell some things off to lighten your load to make things go a little faster, you do have those options available to you.
Bullcheck have idea.
Yes.
Buy wheelbarrow. Tie to back of Bullcheck. Bullcheck drag wheelbarrow with things we need. Bullcheck good at carrying things. As strong as Bullcheck is, Bullcheck twice as strong on carrying.
We don't have to buy a wheelbarrow. We can just make a sled. It's not very hard. You just need those 2 pines, some rope, and a canvas or a skin. Oh my gosh, we have all this dragon skin, or those spider skins, and we can just build a sled, and any one of these pulling animals or yourself could just pull it.
Well, if you think it'll save us some time, I really don't want to give up the skull.
Bocek think maybe you keep skull as trophy and you throw in sled barrel.
All right.
I'm fine finding if we can get a way to drag it behind us. That's good. I will say I'm sure that's going to leave a trail anything could follow. But if we're trying to save some time to get down to this castle, going to Neverwinter or the other places, it seems like it's. I'm not sure. I don't think we'd be saving much time. We're just going to start to get caught up in other things.
And I think realistically, once we get close enough, like within an hour of Cragmaw, we may want to leave our mounts at a safe distance so we can leave that stuff there. And then, so it doesn't matter if we leave a trail on the way, I think. And also, we may need a sled anyway to take our Gundren back if he's injured.
That's fair.
That's true.
We don't know how severe his injuries are going to be.
But should we drop any of this off either back in Neverwinter or in Helmsholm, somewhere, where it'll be safe?
We could take a look at the map, I suppose, but I think it's we're going kind of due south to get to the castle. To get back to Neverwinter is we got to go back up the river or follow the river for.
It was 4 hours to either of them, right? You had said, Chris, or no? It's
yeah, they're about equal. It's about equal time to either one of them.
yeah, it's like 4 hours out of way to either. So
Oh, actually, no, not 4 hours. It's about 2 hours out of the way.
Oh, I thought it was a couple of days.
No, it's only a few hours out of the way.
I say maybe visit Basia's place.
I would not mind seeing my girls and checking on them and making sure they are okay, and see if they've gotten anything from Fendelven yet.
While we there, we build sled, and then I drag things easy.
Well, I mean, if there's a safe place to put it in your town, I'm happy to leave the skull. You want a green dragon skull in your house?
My daughters will love it. Oh my gosh, my daughters will love it. My eldest would be very interested.
Well, I could hang on to it at least until I get back and find a place to put it. All right, if we want to head up there to just, you guys check in and see what we can do about lightening our load. I don't know if we need a cart or a sled or something, although, having the materials to build one if we do need to get Gundren out of there, that'd be good to have handy, but I don't see a need to build a sled if we can get, drop the heavier stuff.
I mean, again, like I said, building a sled, 2 reasonably sized saplings. I have plenty of rope and either canvas or something that we could stretch over it. That's all you actually need.
Right. So I would say let's get the materials to build it so that when we need to, we can. I don't think we've got.
I think maybe we build it now and I just bring it with until we need. That way we're not with bleeding Gumbin, and we're not with man bleeding and you guys trying to build sled.
All right. How about this, Joe?
Right. Yeah.
Why don't you bring that fancy axe and let's go find some trees.
Let's do it when we get to Safe Village.
That tree looks evil. Go kill it. That one.
Well,
Look right over there.
Won't it be easier to
just that one?
Take it on a sled?
Okay.
Yeah. So can I try to make a
I'm up for chopping down a couple of trees now. We should test the axe out for sure.
Pasha's like standing in the distance like, you've got this. Go get it. Get the trees. Get it.
Okay.
He does kind of look back if she really gets it. He's like,
one of these days he will realize the sarcasm. One of these days.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't seem to kind of get because not for anything, this the effect that this axe is having on you, Drovar, is clearly like
what effect?
These trees are out to
I'm
get
fine.
you. Yeah.
I could stop killing trees anytime I wanted. I mean, so.
You got to get them when they're young, so when they don't grow big.
Don't let them grow big. Then they fall in your house. Okay, let's, and he is curious to test out, the effectiveness on a tree. So he's like, all right, so this would be a good one for nice and straight.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, thin. So can I attempt to make some sort of survival check to build a sled?
Yeah, I will say. Let's see.
I only know this because I was a Boy Scout, and this is how I would build a sled.
No, that's fine. Yeah, it would it'd be survival. It would definitely be survival to do that.
May I get the help action from Drovar as I took him to assist me?
Sure.
Sure. I will use the axe to, just give it a good swing, and since it does max damage, I
Murder
assume
that
the thing
tree!
just one-shots the tree.
I got a 13 survival.
13. Okay. The way I kind of imagine this is that Gorple and Drovar kind of walk off to the side where there's like this copse of trees of varying sizes, and Drovar's, how about that one? No, how about that one? How about no, that one? That one looks particularly evil, right? And Gorple is just like, but he's actually being very helpful to you, Gorple, like pointing out all of these trees.
Just not for the right reasons.
Right. And it does take you a little longer than you expect, considering how enthusiastic Drovar is in this process. But you are able.
All right, I appreciate it. That's the fourth tree, like the
Right.
first, like the
Well,
second one, and
just-
the first and the fourth one
just
were
to be
straight.
Okay, so it's this one. All right, so I come up to the tree and I just whisper up next to it, you know what you did.
And after about 25 minutes of this, eventually Gorple, you point out these right here, and Drovar, yeah, absolutely, just like a hot knife through butter. You don't even feel the blade make contact or go through, and these thin sapling trees just fall. And there's just like a clean cut. It is incredible.
Oh, where have you been all my life?
I make jokes, but that was actually kind of scary.
Yeah, it was a sight to see. Especially the look on Drovar's face when he did it. Just there was an edge there that, something, that tree did something terrible to Drovar. And you will never ever know what it is. And the tree will never ever do it again. And neither will the one next to it. So you have these saplings that you have cut down. What are you using as far as leather or fabric or?
I will. So I go here, Crowbar, come with me, and we'll go fucking cut one of those giant spiders.
Okay.
And like a nice square or like rectangle of their hide.
Okay. This will actually probably be more in the realm of a medicine check to try and carve it in such a way that you actually get an actual full section, like knowing the actual body of how you can do that without kind of tearing at it or, causing any.
May I consider Drovar assisting me?
Yes.
All right, just pull that fold out, tell it, and
Oh, perfect. Yeah, hold it right there. I got a 16.
16. Okay. Drovar, axe is not performing as well as it did a few minutes ago with the trees. You're hacking slowly, and you've done work like this before, but you're a little disappointed that it's not moving as smoothly through like it did with the tree. But it's getting the job done, and Gorple's kind of directing you as well.
I mean, it's still a magic weapon. It still does well, but it just isn't as good as it was on the tree.
While we're here, so I'll kind of like I'll flip it so the hairy side, like the unskinned side, is up with the poles, and I'm gonna use the spider web to lash it to make it a more secure. And I'll also use rope as well, but I figured this spider web is super sticky, so it might make it so it holds better the weight, and then I will also lash it using rope.
Okay. I need you to make an athletics check for me. Because of how strong and sticky the spider web is.
I got a 15.
15. Okay, yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, I mean, you're starting to stick, but you're kind of carving through it a little bit, and you are able to at least get it where you need it to be on the on both the hide and the saplings. You know, and occasionally you find yourself get stuck, but Drovar actually kind of helps you and kind of,
Yeah.
you know, kind of
hold on.
cuts it away.
Pull
Yeah.
him loose.
Yeah.
When he gets stuck.
Thankfully, you're wearing your gloves, so he's not getting the full Gwarple experience. And yeah, you after about an hour and a half to 2 hours, you have yourself a fairly decent sled with these saplings and spider hide.
Right. I'll kind of like, you know, with Drovar's help, one hand on each wood, just drag it back and be like, well, we can, if you want, buddy, Bocek, you just grab both pieces of wood and you pull. It shouldn't be underhand. You want to do underhand, you'll hurt yourself, or shoulders is fine too. You do it however you want.
I'll figure it out. All right, here's putting the skull right in the middle, and you've got that big keg. We'll get that. Set those down. I think that's pretty much the big stuff that we're bringing with us. All right, off we go.
All right, so you start getting yourself set. Bocek is carrying about big weight. But you, as a Goliath, if I remember correctly, are able to carry enough gear as if you were large, correct? Okay. Yeah, so without issue, you begin... Unfortunately, you will not be able to move at a pace faster than normal. You know, because there are limitations, you know, you are still carrying, you know, pulling a sled behind you filled with these things, but you are at least not slowed down. And what is your destination?
We are going
To my
to
house.
Basia's village. Now, did you say that was north of Neverwinter? So do we have to go through Neverwinter and around, or is it?
No, actually, let's go to the map real quick, and I can show you exactly where it is. So you are all currently in Thundertree, and you're making your way back. You actually, Helm's Hold is right around here. So you actually don't actually have to make it to Neverwinter. You would actually just have to turn and make your way. You can follow the river and make your way north of Neverwinter. But you would get there first, and then you would need to kind of cross the river. Or if you didn't want to cross the river, you could go through, you know, continue to Neverwinter, and then just like literally just go through Neverwinter to get onto the high road if you wanted to. It's completely up to you.
Fine, you know, this is your territory. What's the easiest way?
I mean, with that crossing river is closer, but if you want to go through Neverwinter, we can.
I think people are going to ask what we're doing with a dragon head. Maybe we just skip
let's
that.
just go past river. That seems better.
All right, so you're gonna try and pass over the river. Okay, so let's see.
I mean, are there any bridges you know of on this river? Since your village is right near it.
I mean, I feel like there's got to be a bridge somewhere.
Make a straight intelligence check for me.
I'm good at those. 18.
18. Yeah, there are actually two spots closer to Neverwinter that you know of. There are bridges going across the river. Further down this way where you are near Thundertree, you have no idea.
Yeah, on this side I have no idea, but up closer to Neverwinter, there's two bridges we could take at least. So we take the first one we come to.
So it's going to take you roughly about a full day to make it to Helm's Hold. And at about hour 6, you do make it to the first bridge, which happens to be around here. But once you pass over the bridge, it's single file. Without issue, you're able to get over it. You can actually begin to see the actual small town of Helm's Hold. And within the next hour and a half or two, as the sun is beginning to set, you do make it to the city of Helm's Hold, to the town of Helm's Hold.
And Basha's definitely excitedly talking about her kids and her family like the whole way over.
Mhm.
Just so you know, you're getting bombarded with family history, which Bojack kind of already knows.
Yeah. Right.
And then there's my younger sister, or younger brother, Stefan, and there's just
Right.
So as you approach, it's the whole town itself seems to be surrounded by these fairly large stone walls. They're about roughly anywhere between 10 to 12 feet in height. And there are multiple sections that open up into the town itself. And you can see that there are equally high wooden gates, which just practically, for all intents and purposes, are just large doors that open and close. And it seems that this is how they make their way in. You can actually see above on the top of the walls a number of individuals, and as you get closer, you can see that they are guards who are just kind of patrolling across the tops of these large walls.
Do I recognize any of these guys that are up there when I get close enough?
Not particularly.
Okay.
Yeah, they've always just been like, they do their job. They're kind of like cops, you know that they're there, but you only interact with them when you need to, if you need to. But you make your way through the gates. No one stops you. There are guards at the gate, but they kind of just watch as you enter. They give you a slightly strange look. As especially you, Bocek, are just pulling this sled behind you, just with these large, like I'm assuming that everything's covered. I'm not, but Bocek, you are the one that they're actually kind of staring at, but they see you along with Basia, Drovar. They give Gwarple a little bit of a look as he's riding in on this dangerous looking creature. They kind of look at you for a moment. You see one of the guards actually look like he's about to approach you, and then another guard stops him, whispers something in his ear, and then he goes, and then they just completely go right back to where they were standing. They don't stop you, and they allow you to continue going. And the town itself is circular. So as you begin to walk in, you can see what immediately just look like regular homes. Basia, as you're walking into Helm's Hold, you are actually from where you actually entered the town. Currently, your home is on the opposite side of the town. And in the middle is actually where the merchant circle is. Thankfully, your home, which was actually given to you by the Wizards Guild, gave you this home, and it's actually very, very close to the merchant circle, which has always been great because before everything, you were able to very easily walk with your daughters and get everything that you needed from the merchants there. But you start, Basia is just regaling you, like telling you, like, oh, this is, I know a person who lives over here, and the blacksmith
Very
over here.
Very nice man. And that's over there, that woman, yes, she has too many cats, but she's a lovely lady.
The interesting thing, the most interesting thing about this place is, as you're approaching the merchant circle, you can actually see the largest building here. Looks like a cathedral. And this is a cathedral to Helm. The Order of the Gauntlet are actually the individuals, and Basha tells you all of this as you're walking through. The Order of the Gauntlet are actually the guards that are that you see around the town. Once Neverwinter was actually taken over by the current Lord Protector, they actually sent the Order of the Gauntlet to Helm's Hold to retake it. It was once unfortunately taken over by individuals that they don't speak about. Some believe it was orcs. Others believe it was Durgar. But those just tend to be rumors, as only those within the Order of the Gauntlet seem to actually know the truth of it. Because they were the ones who cleared out this town and made it safe once again. And the reason why they actually did that was because this was a place to actually give Neverwinter notice. It was a lookout. They are able to make sure Neverwinter, if there's a threat coming from the north, they are able to give Neverwinter ample notice to prepare for that threat. But that is also why it is as well protected as it is, which is another comfort to you, Basha, as you know, your family now lives here. You make your way through the merchant circle, and you can see that a lot of the stalls and actual stores here are actually either closed or in the process of closing as sunset actually falls. You do, again, Bocek and Gorple, you seem to be the ones that most folks are actually kind of looking at and kind of giving eyes to as you're making your way through. But eventually you do come to the very, very modest home of Basha Barsh. And as you approach, it is a 2-story home. It's not a mansion or a manor, but it seems to be made in the style of one. And it is very different from the other homes here. The other homes that you've seen throughout this area have been, made of wood and stone and thatch. This home seems to not only be made of a beautiful dark oak wood with a small little yard in the front, which is very out of place for everything else, but it is actually a blue. There's like a blue and purplish color and tint to the actual roof of the home, which is not thatched, but seems to be a tile, like a ceramic tile. And this house sticks out very much, as if someone literally took this home from somewhere else and planted it amongst these other homes. Basha doesn't seem to mind or even take notice that how strange this is, as she kind of makes her way to the house to the front
I
door.
start looking at the bottom of her house for chicken legs because she's an evil witch.
Yeah, Dromar definitely notices it's out of place, but as he has no arcane experience, he's not wondering. It's like, was this teleported here? He's just like, all right, that doesn't fit.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably been more paying attention to the defenses of the city as they come in, and just kind of deciding, it's like, does it look like a tough nut to crack for a human city, or is it like, okay, they really know what they're doing here?
I would say make a perception check for me, Drover.
All right. 15.
15. Not only do you see the guards walking around in both scale and chainmail armors, carrying spears. On the walls, they had heavy crossbows, and you do see patrols as you're walking. And it's not a very long walk. I mean, from the time you've actually made it into the town to standing in front of Basha's home, has only been maybe an hour. But in that hour, you've seen at least 4 to 5 different patrols crossing various alleyways, crossing through the main thoroughfare, of at least 2 to 3 of these guards each. This place is heavily patrolled and heavily protected, and you're getting the impression that there doesn't seem to be a threat and they want to make sure that if one does present itself, they are absolutely ready.
Okay. Yeah, Basha's talking about family and stuff. At some point, he's like, "You're not at war right now, are you?
What? At war? No.
There's
Why
just
would we be at war?
you got a lot of guards patrolling the interior here. Is it always this heavily? Yeah, there's one. There's another up there.
Yes, I
Oh,
suppose.
and
I
we just
never
passed
really
another.
noticed. I'm looking around now, like, oh, yeah, I guess there are a lot of patrols. I only noticed enough to know my children were safe, but I never really.
Oh, they're
attention.
safe.
That is a lot of patrols.
Yeah, there's some safe kids you've got here. Taxes high.
You have no idea.
Well, I don't know. Do I pay for it? I'm not paying for it. Am I?
You don't pay for anything.
For it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea. No idea.
Really?
Oh, the Wizards Guild pays for it. This is home given to me by Wizards Guild.
All right. Yeah. Keeping this much armor polished don't pay for itself. I'll tell you that.
All right, so you are at the front door. You make your way to the front door, and as you do, there is the small little handprint that you know that as you place your hand on it, you hear the locks open of the door, and the door opens for you.
Carolina, Kasha, Veronica, I am home and I brought friends.
Okay. I pick up the dragon skull, like carry it in front of me.
Oh, Kasha will love it. Kasha will love it. Kasha will also love tea.
So it's the first thing that they'll
Veronica!
see.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you all enter the home, the first thing you notice is that there is this wonderful smell of it smells like cooked meats. When you walk in, you are in the central living space of the first floor of the home. There is a fireplace at the far end of the room. The fire is currently crackling, and there does seem to be some kind of spit over the fireplace currently, with the juices of whatever meat is on there just kind of falling into the fire. There is a small circular table with 4 chairs around it, and there's this beautiful rug that both Basia and Bocek immediately, I mean, you both know that this is a rug clearly taken from your original home. It is multicolored, it is beautiful, and it's just kind of circular, sitting, kind of pulling the room together, if you will. And as you come in and you call for your daughters, you to the left you can see a stairwell, and you can hear what sounds like the running of footsteps, and immediately you see these two girls running down the steps, and they kind of, mama, and they just kind of run down the steps, and they just kind of give you a hug. They're clearly in what look like sleeping robes. Looks like they were probably getting ready for bed, and they just kind of run up to you, Basia, and just throw their arms around you.
Basia's hugging them back, like, daughters, hello.
Yeah.
I missed you. She's like kissing them multiple times on the head, like you do.
Is this how your families act around each other?
That's how her family acts.
Weird.
Dwarves don't do it quite like this.
So as they kind of like finish this display of affection, for the first time, both daughters turn and look to the rest of you, and you can see 2 little girls. You can see very much the resemblance to Basia in both of them, but one is a little taller than the other. Kasha looks to be maybe around 11 or 12 years old. Veronica maybe a few years younger. And they just kind of look at both of you, all of you, and the younger one with very wide eyes, and she just takes a moment to just kind of look at each of you for a moment. She looks at you, Drover. You kind of have the dragon skull in front of you.
Yeah, I figure I was actually carrying it high enough. I can't see the kids yet. I'm just bringing it in, so it's like the dragon is in front of me, and I'm just like, give me your treasure. Just.
So she's kind of looking at you. She's like,
I think kids find this funny. I don't know.
And
then I look.
Yeah, she's just staring, and then she looks over to Bocek, and she's like, "Oh,
Hello, little ones.
I don't know. So, just out of curiosity, Bocek, you probably never met the youngest daughter, right? But you probably met Kasha. I'm trying to remember like, when you left the town.
Yeah, I've probably met your oldest daughter, but not your youngest.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Okay.
And then
Hello, little ones. Does your mommy let you drink beer yet?
No, they can't have beer. Well, okay, maybe a little beer, like a little thimbleful.
I was
Okay,
like, why
okay.
not?
A Kalishek full. I get the glasses. Hold on, let me go to the dining cabinet. I'll be right back.
and she stops looking at you, Bocek. Then she looks at Gorple. She goes, and she just
don't touch him.
Are you Frogman?
I mean, in the loosest sense of the term, my people are called Grung.
You are Grungman.
I mean,
Yes.
we don't really gender aside. It really depends when we feel like it. When we make young, if we are male or female.
So just Grung?
Yes.
I'm a
That
Grung.
is right.
I guess I would be a male, but I have not laid eggs, so I don't really know.
I
Okay.
lean over to Boschek. It's like, not the good berry. Not the good berry. We want him to wake up tomorrow.
So, but Kasha, she kind of, as her younger sister, is kind of just like, very much taking all of this in. Kasha walks up to you, Drovar, with the dragon skull, and she just like,
Yeah.
she's actually starts touching, like the top of it, and then she kind of looks.
Your mother helped us kill it. Your
This
mother
is
helped us bring this thing down.
very young one, yes.
Yes.
Oh yeah, but still gave us a run for our money.
Yeah, Kasha wants to take after myself and my husband, Alexei. She wants to study magic someday, so this is all very interesting to her. This sort of thing.
Well, you're in luck. You'll get to study this specimen for a while until I can get it back to my home and hang it on my wall. That could be weeks. So, get your pen and paper and start drawing.
As you say this, Drover, she kind of looks at you for a moment, and she goes, "Oh," and she runs over to the circular table, and you watch as she kind of pulls some parchment off of the table, and along with a little like a quill, and she kind of dips it into some ink, and she walks over, and she goes, "The green ones are poisonous, right?"
Yes.
Yes. Oh yeah.
And she starts writing down. Okay, and then you watch as she just looks, and she actually just starts sketching the dragon head out.
For a week at least,
Okay.
so that's good.
And then
It's
this.
like, okay,
Yeah.
where do you want me to put this?
Oh,
you
I'm
figure you don't want this thing on the
I'm
carpet.
sorry. No, put it. It's on the carpet, right, Mama?
I mean,
Not on the carpet. Next
What?
to carpet. Don't
Okay,
don't
okay.
burn hole in carpet.
how about
Oh.
you give me? Do you have like a stables outside, Basha?
I don't have horses. But we can put in
Or
yard.
do you have a
basement.
workshop or something? That way I can
Yes.
clean the skull properly.
Yeah.
Yes.
You don't have entrails and blood and bits coming off it. Like it's gonna start stinking if we don't get some lye on it and
Yeah, okay.
pee.
You
and
do,
blood.
yeah. You do have a front yard. You do have a basement, that's used mostly for storage.
Maybe not
You
the
also
front yard.
have a kitchen, but I don't know if you want to
not
actually do that in the kitchen. Yeah.
No, Veronica would kill me. She likes to bake, and she does not want dragon skull where she bake. I'm sure. Am I right?
Oh, okay. And she starts writing more. She starts writing more stuff down. And so as she finishes writing down, she just kind of looks and for the first time, it seems like since she saw the dragon skull, she finally does notice Bocek and Gorple, and she looks up at you, Bocek, for a moment, and there's like a look on her face for a moment, and then she leans into you, Basha, and she goes, Mama, that's the one that ate the rock and thought that he would give like stone babies.
Yes, yes, that is the one. I can't believe you remember that. You were so little, but yes, that was him.
That's pretty unforgettable, actually.
Yes, I
So
can see why.
it's nice to see you again.
Yes, this is all right. So I should introduce everyone. Bocek. This is Bocek. Bocek,
Bocek.
Kasha, Veronica, my daughters, and of course Drovar, my friend, and Gorple.
Kasha is writing everything down. Veronica is just fascinated by you, Gorple. She is just staring at you and just like she's like staring at your bow and she's staring at your armor, and every now and then when you lick your eyes, you just hear her giggle. But she just seems fascinated by you. But Kasha just continues to write. Where are you gonna put the dragon skull at?
I think we move to basement. I think it's better there, just in case we have company over. I don't want in yards. Too many neighbors will come and stare. It's just not,
Okay. Yeah. So
I will.
yeah.
I will look at the young scribe and say, "All right, we're going to move this to the basement. Can you clear the way? Because it's kind of big, and I don't want to knock over your china."
Oh no, it's over here. And she goes over to where the bottom of the stairwell is, and there's a door right next to it. And she kind of unlatches it, opens it up, and she's actually okay. No, a little to the left, and little, yeah. Okay. Just be careful.
Right.
Just one step at a time.
Okay.
It's 6 steps. Okay, 1, 2, and she she eventually helps you down. She actually lights one of the torches downstairs.
I can see down here. I'm fine.
Oh, well,
right. You should. Yeah, you turn it on. So you can.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, she can.
Okay.
Apparently, there's magic to do that. You can learn. Okay. All right. Maybe we can hang it right up there on the wall.
So
how's that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. And I can actually get a better angle for this side. Thank you so much, Drovar. Yes.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you so much, Drovar.
All right, you're gonna stay down here. I'm gonna go back up and.
Well, I'm just going very quick sketch till I run out of ink, and then I will come upstairs.
It's your house.
Okay. And so yeah,
Trump's upstairs. Is like she's down there with the skull.
She'll be with the skull. It's fine. This is Kasha's fine. It's fine. Veronica, where is your Aunt Carolina?
As you say this, you watch as and she's older, right?
She's older. She's 35.
Yeah.
So,
so you see a woman a little bit older than Basia. Her hair is not as dark, but still has the it's like a light brown. There's a little shock of gray in it. It's tied back. She's wearing a long flowing blue robe. It looks like she's kind of thrown it over. She's walking down the stairs. She goes, "I thought I'd heard voices.
You did.
This is the girls. I heard the girls running. I was like, oh, this. They're going to see the guards do their formation thing again, but no, this is different." And she kind of comes down the stairs and she gives you a hug and she kind of gives you a peck on the cheek.
The kiss on both cheeks.
Yeah.
Thing. Yeah.
And she goes, "So this is unexpected. I wish you would."
Not write. I know. I'm sorry. I it happened very suddenly.
No, this is your house is fine. I mean, obviously, who are your friends?
Yes, so and I go around and I introduce each of them. This is Drovar's coming up the stairs right now, and this is Gorple and Bocek. You might remember Bocek. He was in our village growing up in Zakopane.
Oh yes, the stones. Yes. Hi, it's good to see you again. It's good to see you, young man. You grew up more. Okay. It's good to see you. It is very nice to meet all of you. Have you eaten? If there is still some food?
No, the food does smell very good.
I will put some plates together. Just give me a moment. And she
get jars out of side dishes. I will help.
Yeah, and you both kind of go into the kitchen, and she start putting together some plates and food, and kind of leaves Bocek, Gorple, and Drovar to their own devices, kind of in the living room, just kind of standing around.
So I will say, within 5 minutes, it's definitely there was, maybe meat cooking, but not really other things. But now there's suddenly an array of side dishes upon the table. I'm talking like, there's potatoes, there's beets, there's like different kinds of pickled like carrots and apples, and like just like all this like food just like appears out of nowhere in true Zakopanya household fashion. Just appears on the table.
Yeah, I would
And
say
not
that
appears magically, but just they pull it out.
like
yeah.
with as if by magic, lightning speed kind of thing. Yeah, Drovar definitely is like kind of looks around at everything, and he steps outside to kind of like knock the dust off of his clothes because it's like I don't think I want to sit on anything until he's gotten the road off of him, and then he comes in and it's just like there's already like more dishes starting to appear. He's like, I like this place.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, and of course
she
she's getting
said
out like
she wasn't prepared for people, but I think she was lying.
I think there are good crackers. Wait, we get out the good china. Wait,
No,
we
this-
get this
I
out.
lean
She's,
down
like,
to
pulling out-
Gorp. Well, actually, he's not. I don't have to lean down too
I
much.
haven't really known. I'm just saying.
Right. Yeah, I think that to be honest, it's like, look, if she knew company was coming, imagine how much faster it'd be.
And bigger, like big spread if she knew company showing
Yes,
up.
I would have had at least like ham and something like maybe pierogi, something on the side. There would have been more food. This is not quite enough for guests, but we
All right,
again,
I'll try one
Carolina
of
did
these,
not know.
No, yes, and I apologize. I
Pickled
apologize.
something. Ooh,
Gorple, you're still on Teague. You didn't leave Teague outside?
No one told me not to.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so this whole time, Veronica is just like, she's just staring at you and Teague. Anytime you talk, anytime you make a move, like this big smile just comes on her face, like she's fascinated by you. And she's not getting any closer, but she's just like big eyes and just fascinated by you.
Veronica, don't be rude to our guest now.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mama. I was
okay.
I was staring again.
Yes, it's okay. He is very fascinating, but you shouldn't stare too long at people. You might make
So
them nervous.
you're
Okay.
a child.
Yes.
You're a human child.
Uh-huh.
How many people have you killed?
None.
Mama, like, have I killed people?
You're not supposed to kill people. This is him.
I-
being
I-
rude,
I
asking
don't- I don't-
questions.
I don't know if that's 100% true.
I don't kill people.
Okay.
She makes cookies and things. That's what she likes to do. She likes to bake things.
I love cookies. I love baking.
Yes, Veronica loves baking.
Oh.
Much like she has natural gift. Much like and actually, you should talk to Bocek about it. Bocek can teach you many things about cooking and baking. If you that's something you have in common.
You can?
Yes, Bocek love cooking.
And she stops looking at you, Gorple, and immediately goes over to Bocek and is just like staring up at him. What can you cook?
What can't I cook?
And immediately just starts asking you like just like a child does, just like all of like naming foods, and you're like no, no, and it's just like the meeting of the minds between you and Veronica at this moment.
Sorry, Gorp, you've been demoted.
Honestly, I'm kind of okay. This whole interaction is weird. Everyone's touching and talking at each other like they care. It's really awkward.
Yeah, Carolina.
Sorry.
Carolina and Basha are definitely talking like a mile a minute in their home tongue, back and forth, and oh, get the brandy out, and kind of pulling things out, and she pulls out blackberry brandy in little tiny glasses, Kalishek for everyone, and here to have the brandy and have this. Well, I'll get water. I'll go get to the well. Basha's running around you've not seen her do, trying to suddenly play hostess.
I don't think I've seen her run this fast, even during the fight with the bugbears.
And in the middle of all this, Carolina just kind of leans over. She goes, I did not want to say anything, but is that like a lizard horse that
Yes.
should it be in the house? Because
Ah.
I how I keep the home, and
I know it's very clean, but better than when I try. Yeah, I will see if he will keep outside. Might be better. I don't think he sheds or anything, but I don't know. So I think it might be.
yeah, but
better.
we don't need the droppings, or I don't know
That's
what
I'm
the
worried about too.
I don't know what the lizard horse does. So
Neither do I. I've never met a lizard horse before him. So, Gorple, back in the language that everyone can understand in common. Gorple, would it be possible for Teague to go outside? Does Teague need to go out to, do droppings out in yard maybe, just to make sure he doesn't in house?
mean, he can, but you told me you don't have a stable, so
I don't. Well, I just mean at least to let him go out in yard to use yard and then come back in. Just sister is worried about floor.
Oh, I mean, I didn't know if we were bedding down for the night.
Eventually.
I didn't realize we were staying here.
I mean, we
So
don't have
that's
to.
awkward,
But I
but
mean,
Drovar has put his feet up. Probably if there's a chair, comfy
There's a
chair
hearth.
with like a little footstool, he's set his feet up. He's just got the glass sitting right here on his chest, and he's like, like this feels like when his mom is cooking and stuff sometimes. So he just stays out of the way. Comfy chair. He's like, oh no, I think we're dug in.
do you have I would normally just let him run out and hunt, but I feel like those chainmailed guards might get mad. So
They
do you have
might
a
not like that.
backyard?
Yeah,
Do
you
I
do.
have a
You
backyard?
you do have a backyard.
that?
It's not very large, but there is a yard in the back.
I have yard. There may be mice or things he can eat.
Oh, I mean, don't
Other
worry.
animals, we won't talk about it.
He can open doors, and I just
Okay, lizard horse can open doors. Carolina, lizard horse can open doors. I
He's
say this
not
in
a
the home
horse,
language.
so,
I say this in our language.
Yeah,
you don't
yeah.
understand.
Yeah, and she's like, wonderful. Okay, it's good to know.
It's
Thank
fine.
you.
It'll let itself out, I guess. Okay, we're good now.
As they go out, I just kind of say to Basia, it's like, we should probably leave before the neighbors start asking where their cats went.
I was thinking that. Veronica,
yeah.
you didn't hear anything.
Where's the cat lady you hate?
I don't hate her. She's a nice woman.
You
But
said
she's
she
like
had
4
too
doors
many
down.
cats.
She's 4 doors down. No, it's
Okay.
fine. It's fine.
She won't. Bye.
Also,
he can jump fences and climb them. So really, your backyard is every yard.
I lean into Drovar. I think Gorple's going to eat a cat.
Well, he'll watch his pet eat one at least. He'll jump in, he'll help. Yeah, we shouldn't stay here too long. Humans like their cats.
so Gorple, you watch as after when Gorple finds out exactly where the door is to the backyard. You watch as he just dismounts and he kind of talks to Teague, and Teague just and very carefully, like not to scratch the floors. Walks over, and you watch as he leans over, pulls the handle, opens the door, and then makes its way to the backyard.
Okay.
You think he couldn't get less scary?
You
know
that's extra creepy.
You know that he can understand every word you say. It's
Yeah,
not
I
just
know.
an it.
I know. I'm just.
We're just glad he's on our side. That's all I have to say. Kasha, come upstairs if you want some more food. I don't know if you've eaten, but
Oh.
you probably already ate. Anyway.
Okay, Mama. And about a minute later, you see her. She comes up the stairs. She's got like the parchment in her hands, and she
You
goes,
have ink on face.
"Oh, Mama. Okay,
Sorry, you've got to look good for guests. I'm sorry.
all right. I put away, and then I come down.
So what's this little dish here? These guys.
Oh, those like little pickled beets.
Oh, those are good. Yep. I mean, everything's really good here, but those are something we don't have back home. Got to get some of those up to Ma.
She might like them. We probably have extra jars in basement, but walls lined with pickled things, so you can definitely send one if you want.
Well, we've pickled some things. They're kind of the same sort of thing, but not that thing, whatever it is.
These are pickled. These are mushrooms too. Well, these aren't pickled, but these are mushroom soup.
Oh, we'll get to those next.
And Carolina just is like, and I am so sorry that again I did not know you were all coming. I would have had more. And as she says, the table is filled with food, and she's apologizing that there isn't more. And she's like, next time, if I don't know how long you are all staying, but I'll make sure that we are properly stocked. And how long are you staying for, Basia?
I mean, unfortunately, we have a job to do, so probably not very long. But next time I will try to let you know before we come back. Like I said, this was very sudden because of I gesture at basement because of Dragon Head. We kind of had to make
I-
this trip. So
That's is surprising, but kind of not. So
well, Alexi never brought home Dragon Head, so I'm doing okay.
yeah,
To be fair, you said you had extra jars.
No, with so
we-
many
yeah,
jars.
we have
Basement
some
with
jars
extra
in the
jars.
in the basement. Yes.
Bocheck, do you want to after dinner bottle up your keg so you don't have to carry it everywhere?
Oh, Bocek can carry a keg without being weighed down. Bocek spend little time weighing keg and figuring out how much 5 gallons of beer weigh and how much Bocek actually can carry. And keg full of beer actually good for Bocek.
Okay.
I think you could probably sell a couple of those
That's
jars
very
off, to you try to get some money for your family, right?
Yeah, but you saw the square we passed through on the way here. All merchants there in morning. So if you want in the morning, you can go over, and I'm sure there's a few that would buy from you if you wish to sell your beer.
If there's any dwarven merchants, offer the stuff to them. I tell you, it's not going to knock them on their ass the way it will the humans. And
Carolina, is there dwarven merchants?
if there's any passing through, I'd
think
offer it
this-
to them first just to see.
I think there's like one or two.
Yeah, see, so.
Okay, then we jar up and sell tomorrow.
Okay. So you begin to just have this amazing meal. Like it's just not the meat. It smelled delicious. It tastes even better than it smelled. It's and then along with all of the foods, everything. It's just with the blueberry wine, the blackberry wine. It is just amazing.
Before
And it is-
you even finish,
Mhm.
I'm sure Carolina, but also Basha have already like cleared your plates. Like they're clean. Like you don't even like. It's kind of like they anticipate what you're gonna do. It's almost like eating at a restaurant. It's like the
Mhm.
next thing is here, or like the dish is gone, or like whatever. And Basha already has tea on in this very fancy looking teapot with china and like very nice tea. She's like, I make tea.
So you are all having an amazing dinner. You're having an amazing after dinner desserts and teas. This is just it's a nice change of pace considering you've been spending most of the last couple of the week and a half just bedding down wherever you can find space in the forests. This is a different Gorple, definitely a different change of pace for you. Not exactly great, but for the rest of you, it's amazing.
Drobar is probably if that the little junior scribe has questions, he's kind of it's like, all right, and so then it's circled around, and he's trying to like the notes that he wrote to like for Shug. It's easier when he's telling somebody than trying to write it down. It's like, oh, and then it bared it opened its mouth, and out came that poison, and oh well, a couple of folks they took a lungful of it, and it dropped them for a second, and then it was crawling up the wall to get away, and that's what he's.
Yeah. And so she's just writing everything down as quickly as she can, and so then she looks up at you and she goes, so for Ironhelm is your family name?
Hey, that's right.
Just gonna make myself.
IRON.
And she just, thank you so much. It's a pleasure. Thank you for sharing with me what you and my mama did. This is amazing.
It's easier to remember something if you tell it to somebody else. So, thank you.
She turns and she turns to you, Gorple, and she goes, "Excuse me, Mr. Grung. Your lizard horse. Is he like a baby dragon?"
He's not a lizard. He's a lizard more than a horse. He's one of the various breeds of dinosaurs or thunder beasts from Chult. And he is not draconic in nature. The jungles of Cholt are a lot warmer than here, and it supports reptiles. I'm gonna go downstairs and clean and skin that dragon head because I don't want it to rot. So if
Okay.
you want to join me, you can ask questions, but I'm gonna go do that.
Well,
Yeah.
I would say yes, except I look at the clock
Yeah,
on the wall, and I'm like, it is almost bedtime. Well, you can stay up a little bit later, Kasha, but I will come get you in like 10 minutes because it's getting late. And Veronica,
yeah.
it is past your bedtime.
And as Basha's doing this, and you go to see what she's looking at, there is an hourglass, a large, like 2-foot hourglass, and the sand inside is like this luminescent blue, and there are these lines on the actual glass. And so you see her look at it and then say, "It's way past your bedtime," and you're just like, "What? How? Okay." But it's just odd. You're just, you've seen hourglasses before, but the sand in it is not moving as quickly as it should be. It's very odd. And as you say this, Basha, she's like, "Oh, but Mama, I just want to. He's going to skin a dragon head."
No, Kasha, you can go watch for like 10 minutes, but I know this is all right. This is like, that's true. I want to say it's a once in a lifetime opportunity, but knowing you, this is not the last time you will get to see this in your life. So, a little bit, okay?
So
Then bed.
15 minutes.
Oh, all right, 15 minutes. But
Okay.
Veronica, come on, we have to tuck you in. I will tuck her in, Carolina. You can
All right.
you can stay here for a minute. I want to talk to you though about something you mentioned earlier about guards, but let me just put Veronica to bed.
Oh, okay. And so yeah, and Veronica, she pulled over her little stool to sit next to Bocek while he was eating, so they can continue talking. And you can watch, like, she's got a bread roll like in her mouth, but she's asleep. Like, she's just sitting in her stool asleep with this bread roll just kind of like hanging halfway out of her mouth.
Basha just kind of takes the bread roll and kind of like picks her up and starts to carry her upstairs. Like, you're getting too big for this, okay? Like,
Yeah, and she just kind of puts her arms around and she goes, "Okay, Mama." And you take her up to her room and you kind of tuck her in. And while you're gone, Gorple, you make your way down to the downstairs and you begin the process. And it's gonna take you some time.
So this is the scraping knife. This is the skinning knife.
Oh no, she hasn't followed you down yet.
Okay.
Yet. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I begin my work.
Yeah, you begin your work. She kind of sits there, and you can see, like, it looks like she's actually just waiting for Basha to come back before she goes down. But she's definitely impatient because she keeps looking at the door to the basement.
no, I would have.
And
I think Basha would have been like, "You can go. You can follow," because
Okay.
she said that she could go with him. So
okay, all right. So she
Yeah.
she does follow you, Corporal. She just follows you down, and you start telling her and she's writing everything. She has this little inkwell. She kind of sits, puts it down. She sits cross-legged on the floor, and she's just writing down everything you're saying and everything you're doing for the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, and I will do my best to explain as a hunter how you would clean this, make sure the brains are scooped out. You could then use the brains and your pee to make the lye for the skin if you wanted to preserve it. Yeah, I just go through like I'm a hunter. Like, this is how you do it.
Right. Yeah, and she's just like, she's fascinated by the entire process. Bocek and Drovar, you're upstairs. Carolina is kind of constantly, just kind of taking your plates and making sure that if you need anything, you already have it before you ask.
I'm quite full. That was good. I'll at least I'll help you bring the dishes in.
Oh, no. You are guests. You sit, you relax. You seem to have had a very busy day. So I will take care of it all. Don't worry about it. Just please, you are in a home. We will take care of it. And she just like literally pushes you back down into your seat, Drovar. Then begins to take the plates and clean up. Basha, you make your way back downstairs, and everybody minus Gorple is there. 15 minutes do go by, and Carolina.
I probably let it go to like 20. Like
Yeah.
I know, but I'm like, I'll let her stay a
Yeah.
little longer, you know.
And eventually you call for her to come upstairs, and she's just kind of like dragging her feet, just kind of come, oh,
I'll
okay,
give her one
mama.
of I'll give her one of the damaged but clean scales that we get off the head.
She takes it, she goes, oh, thank you very much. This is beautiful. Thank you.
It's not really usable, but I figured since you learned a little bit, now you'll remember why we have to do it sooner than later.
Yes, no, this is very nice. Thank you so much, Mr. Gorple, yes?
Yeah, I'm Gorple,
Okay.
and my family's the Lurky Pokies.
As you say it, she kind of chuckles a little bit. And she goes, I'm sorry. It sounds like a funny name.
It sounds funny, but it's awful because it's literal. It's very literal. We literally lurk, and then we shoot arrows until you're dead. It's a lurky and a pokey.
Her face immediately she stops smiling and she goes, oh.
Yeah, it doesn't really translate well to common.
And but she continues to write it down. She goes, well, it was very nice to meet you, and thank you so much for the scale. And she kind of goes upstairs and she goes, okay, mama, I hear you. I'm
No,
ready.
it's fine. It's just fine. You can, and she'll. I mean, she's 11, so she can put herself to bed, but
Yeah.
still, like, she'll like kind of like kiss her on the head and
Yeah.
do the mom thing, even if she's like, whatever.
Yeah. Oh no, she very much, she hugs you.
Oh, good.
Yeah, and she's like,
kids. That's good.
yeah, and she's like, yes, I'm so glad to see you, mama. Are you staying?
I wish I could stay longer, but unfortunately, we have a friend who is in trouble, and we need to help them. So, but look, we'll come back, and you should be getting a package any day now. I sent one, but you probably haven't gotten it yet. Oh, but in meantime, I have things for you. I will give you in morning when you wake up.
Okay. All right, mama. Good night, everyone. It's nice to meet you.
Good night.
All right. And she goes over to Carolina and she kind of gives her a kiss on the cheek and it's okay. Good night. And she kind of makes her way up the stairs and disappears. And so yeah, and so you're kind of all sitting there. Carolina, she has a cup of tea in her hand. She's kind of sitting. Everything has been cleared off. There are a few plates of desserts that are still there in case anyone wants. But she seems at this point to be like, it's my turn now, and is now kind of drinking her tea.
Carolina, you mentioned something about they making formations, the guards. What is this about?
Oh no! Every now and then the guards do formation like drills. I think they call them, and it's like a group of them, and they just they do it for I don't know what the guards do it for, but every now and then they do it, and sometimes the girls they watch because it's interesting to look at. So that's all.
Yes, I guess I never realized how many patrols there were in this town until Drovar pointed it out. I mean, I knew
You
there
got a
was
lot of
safe.
guards here.
Yeah.
I understand they got to do the drills too. That's the lads got to stay in practice a bit. Put on a good show as well, perhaps if they're doing it in the city. But this is a well-protected town.
Oh,
Well,
yes,
yes.
very much so. But and some it doesn't hurt that some of them are very cute. So
Yes, I'm sure they were very excited about that, Carolina. I would
yeah.
be too.
Well, you know me.
Yes, of course.
But it is. I was headed for bed when you arrived, so I'm going to finish my tea and then I'm going to make my way back to bed. It was a pleasure meeting all of you. I will see you all in the morning, I hope.
Okay.
All right, and you have yourselves a good evening. Basia, I will, before I head to bed, I will make up the spare rooms for them, so. They will have a place to stay.
That sounds good. Thank you. You don't need to make bed for Gorple. He sleeps in tub, but I will warm water for him. You don't have to worry about it.
Oh, that's good to know because I do like to bathe in the mornings, so I will make sure to check. Good night, everyone.
Yes, good night.
She
No,
turns
he has
around.
his own tub. He has his own tub. It's fine.
Oh! I thought you meant ours. Okay, so good.
No, no, you would not want to be in the same tub. He's kind of poisonous. It's a long story. Anyway, it's fine.
Oh.
It's fine.
Don't touch him.
I'm poisonous, and you left your children alone with me. How responsible!
Hey, I trusted you. See, I trust you. I trust Poisonous Frog with my children. So
She's like, all right. Well then, you all have yourselves a good evening. I will see you all in the morning. Basia, and she kind of gives you a kiss on the forehead, and she's like, I will see you in the morning. Have a good night. It's good to see you.
it's good to see you too. Sweet dreams.
All right, you as well. And she makes her way upstairs, and you hear some like shuffling going upstairs. You know, you gather she's making up the beds, making up the rooms, and then finally there seems to be some quiet. And
Well, that is sister and children.
You got a hell of a nice family here.
Thank you. It's only like half. Well, not even half. It's only like 3 of them. There's many, many more of us.
Do you have a place for me to dispose of these rotted bits and extra stuff? I have a bucket I found in the basement.
I mean, there's a spot in backyard you can just dump, but don't put with compost. That's separate. But yeah, you can just throw back there. Throw into
Alright.
in backyard.
All right.
yeah. You just toss it out. Yeah. But yeah, you have the rest of the evening to yourselves. If there's anything you'd like to do before you head to bed for
I
the
want
evening?
to identify the emerald necklace because I didn't actually take the time to do that, and I feel like was there one other? I didn't do one of the scrolls as well, so I'm gonna do that also to find out what those 2 are.
Okay. Yeah, you actually no, you did identify the emerald. It wasn't magical.
Yeah,
It was just very expensive.
It's a nice necklace. Yeah.
All right.
Okay,
So
never mind. We just split that, but the other scroll then I will take the time to look at.
Okay.
Jan, wake up, Jan. Jan, I didn't introduce you to my daughters. I will have to do it in the morning.
Realize-
I'm sorry, Basha, I'm here.
Oh, he's talking.
That's okay. Yes. Can we identify this other scroll too?
Yes, of course.
are you using the instant, or are you doing a ritual?
Well, since it's the last one of the day, I'll do the instant. You know.
Okay. All right. And so you watch as Jan's eyes open. All of you can see this, and his eyes actually flash blue at the same time that Basha's flash blue. And Basha, you hear,
Oh, this is a scroll of Misty Step. Very similar to what you have already inscribed in me.
Perfect. Okay, very good. Well, that's good to know. Perhaps I will give to one of them to use if they can. And I say to everyone else, can any of you use a scroll of Misty Step? Because now I can do it.
What
Do
is
any of
that?
you want it? Oh, it's amazing. I'll show you sometime. Actually, can I do it already? Because I kind of want to just show you.
well, you inscribed it
I
like
haven't
2 days
haven't put it on
ago.
my list yet. Okay, well I can't
Okay,
do it
yeah.
now, but basically you just kind of go from one place to another in like a second. It's amazing.
So you could use the scroll to do that?
Yes. It's
Could.
very handy, especially when fighting. It
That's
can be
un-
very
that's
strategic.
So why wouldn't you keep it?
Well, I mean, I can, but I just thought if one of you wanted to use it or could use it, you know. I don't know if any of you
I'm
can.
pretty sure. I mean, I kind of lean over and look at the scroll. It's like it doesn't make any sense to me. I'm imagining.
Make an Arcana check for me.
Oh boy. That is a 3.
3. Oh, you have no idea what this says. It's a lot of mumbo jumbo to you.
I'm probably looking at it upside down too. It's like, oh, squiggle.
Yeah, you got to turn it
upside
around.
down.
It's the other way.
Oh well. It's so much. It makes so much sense now. I don't.
I
I certainly
understand
can't read it.
sarcasm when I hear it, Drovar.
It's a human trait. It's a human trait. I'm learning it from you. To be perfect, I mean, if you can use it, why not keep it?
Yeah, I'll hang on to it then. It'll let me do it instantly, so that's good. You know.
Yeah, that could be really handy. Can you take anyone with you, or is it just you?
No. No, I can't take anyone with
All right.
me.
Well, let's get out of an ambush quick card for you. That,
I can learn a
that
spell
sounds-
that will do that someday. Evan, head of Wizards Guild, knows this thing called Dimension Door. You can like zoom across space. It's amazing. I've seen him do it.
Seems
It's
unnatural.
great. Okay, but
Oh,
yeah,
it
if
is.
you were
That
in a
doesn't mean
tight
it's not
spot-
useful.
But if you were in a tight spot and the only way out was to use my magic, you would use it, or you would let me use it, I should say.
I don't think I can stop you. I've seen what you've done to people who tried.
And my house doesn't have chicken legs. I know you were looking for it.
So it has other kinds of legs, like spider legs.
I mean, I've never checked, but I don't think so.
Noted. Noted.
So where did this house come from? It doesn't look like the rest of the place.
It's
It's
lovely, isn't it?
well,
I
yeah.
don't know. Eben just said this was my house and, gave us address and told us to move here, and we did. I don't really know. That's all I know about it, probably,
And you-
right, DM?
You don't
Yeah.
pay taxes to the city or anything either.
No, that is all paid for by Wizards Guild.
That
I-
seems suspicious. I'm
Okay,
just
well-
throwing it out.
My husband
I-
worked
I'm
for
gonna
Wizards Guild
frog on
for a
this one,
very
yeah.
long time. Him and Eben were very close friends. After he passed, I took it upon myself to become head of family because someone had to make money. So, and Carolina, I love her to death, but, we can't both be working. Someone has to stay with the children, and I have a natural affinity for magic, so I studied to become wizard. I know it's kind of convoluted, but
So you
that's
got a
kind of how it
haunted
happens.
magic house out of it, is all I
I don't think it's
understood.
haunted. I've never seen a ghost that I recall.
Pretty sure it's haunted. Now, look
Veronica
at that.
says it's haunted, but she's
As I
also
point at
like
the
7,
glowing-
so
I point at the glowing hourglass. That looks haunted.
That's just
There's a
my
ghost
clock.
in there.
Oh,
But it
it's not a
glows.
ghost. It's just it glows, but things glow blue. It just happens. It's not weird.
No, they didn't. No, they don't. No, it
My
doesn't.
eyes glow blue. Magic, it's a thing.
That's magic. That's not a natural thing. Like a will-o-wisp glows blue, but it is unnatural. The point is, it's not natural to glow blue. Unless you're in
Okay.
a cave, then it can glow blue, depending
but
on how
like-
it is.
But you call on the true names of things. How is that not magic? That's still magic.
Well, that's
right?
because that's the true nature of the world that I know the secrets of. You
What's
steal
that to do?
names because you steal the names and you twist them
I
to your
don't
own
steal
will.
names. I mean,
Yeah,
okay.
really?
I
Okay,
can't
so when
reason with
you start casting a spell and you literally command fire to shoot out of your hands at a specific thing, that you are not stealing the nature of fire because it doesn't naturally do that.
Bojack, refill me, please. Just,
I have more brandy here.
oh, yeah, that's even better. Thank you. Okay.
Listen, I'm not saying your powers don't work. I'm just saying you're a stealer of names, and that's fine for you, not fine for me.
Anyway, I don't think this house is haunted, but yes, Eben just said to move in here, and we've been here ever since. Eben is very nice, man.
Okay.
I'm gonna go into your garden.
Okay. Why?
I gotta get some stuff.
Oh, okay. Please don't pick too many of my herbs and things. I might need them for cooking or magic. I mean, what?
So you're going
She
in
says
the
it's
front yard?
fine.
Yeah, front yard or backyard, Corporal?
Oh, whichever yard would have like vines.
That would be the backyard.
Yeah, I'll go to the backyard, and I'll kind of be like finally connected to like nature, and I'll stroke some of the vines, and as I do, I will whisper the true name of growth, and I will cast 3 good berries, so 30 good berries will appear.
Yeah. It's just like a big pile just begins to just appear in your hands like
Oh wow, these are different because I imagine they're more of like similar like plants that she would have grown. They're more native to this region opposed
Right.
to the
right. So the
They're
good
like
berries
currants or something instead of
right. So but they seem to have the same feel and the same smell, and you have one.
You're a good plant. You're not cursed. It's all right. It's not your fault. I'll help you escape one day. Head back inside with just like this sack full of fucking berries.
What do you have there? I didn't know we were growing currants this time of year.
Oh, I asked for the vines to grow,
Oh, well, that's nice.
and now they did. And I just gotta open a sack, and you see just a pile of berries in them.
Okay, I know that all wasn't in my yard, so it's magic.
No, but
Magic.
it had the potential to be.
Magic.
All right, name stealer, it's fine.
As you're all kind of winding down and having these conversations, and some of you are getting ready to make your way upstairs to the beds that have been, the rooms that have been prepared for you, there is actually a knock at the door, the front door.
I'll get it. That's strange. It's awful late.
Just putting the hand towards the axe. Just.
Yeah, my hand's on my spell book in one hand, the hand that is not visible in the door. So when I answer the door, my hand, the spell book on it's like behind the door frame, so I'm like leaning around it, and I'm like, "Hello."
You actually
Yes?
there is, and this is something that you would know, is you put your hand. There is a similar handprint on the other side of the door where you would actually put your hand, but when you do it from this side, it actually all of a sudden a small door appears in your larger door that you can just kind of open to see who's outside.
Nice. I do that.
Okay. You do that, and as you open this little door and you look outside, you actually see someone that you recognize. It is the Spellblade Jinx from the Wizards Guild is standing at your front door.
Oh, Jinx? Can he hear me through this, or is this just a thing?
No, yeah. Oh no, yeah. He can hear
Okay.
you. And he goes.
Jinx.
He kind of nods his
Hello.
head. Says, "Hello, Basia. I apologize for the late hour, but it is important that I speak with you. Is it? May I come in, or should I just wait out here?"
I will come out to you. Just give me 1 second to unlock the door.
No, of course. And you kind of close it, and as you do, the seams to the small door disappear, and the little handle just pops and disappears.
And I'm kind of going to turn and kind of look back at them and be like, just in case, just keep
Who is
your
that?
hands on your weapons. It's the Spellblade from the college, Jinx, that I haven't seen in some time. I know him.
Why
But
did
it's strange.
you invite him? You don't want him in the house?
I don't know if he's who he says he is.
All right, here. How about you give it a minute before you unlock the door?
Okay.
And DM, I'm going to head out the back door and climb up the house and sneak up the roof, and I'm going to train a crossbow on that guy.
Okay, make me a stealth check, please.
I will not do anything so super awesome.
Yeah.
ninja-like.
I don't know
will
what he's
just,
doing, so I don't stop him because he's
Yeah.
just like, I'll be right back. And,
Yeah,
disappears.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
just see him. He just walks out to the backyard.
I totally get where he's going. It's like, yeah, he's getting a good vantage point on your friend there.
Yeah, all right. Well, whatever.
I'll be just hanging out here in this foyer, I suppose, and I can, if I can hear things coming through the door. If you need a hand, you just call out. Just say Thundertree, I suppose. In a real
Okay,
good
I'll
voice.
say
If I hear that,
Thundertree.
I'm coming out and I'm gonna kill whoever you're talking to.
Fair enough. All right. So I'm gonna just start opening locks on the door. Like I'm sure it takes me a minute because there's so many,
Mm-hmm.
or whatever. And then I'll pop open the door and I'll leave it open a crack, but I'll step out onto the.
Okay. What'd you get, Gorple, for your stealth check?
Dirty 20.
Okay. Yeah, you feel like you have a good vantage point. And Gorple, as you actually kind of like crawl over and begin to kind of aim downward, you can see what looks like an elven male, long, like almost platinum silverish hair that's tied into a ponytail. Wearing a blue vest with gold trim, no shirt, these really exquisite looking platinum bracers, and he is on his side. It's weird. There is what looks like a hilt of a sword, but there's no blade and no sheath, but it's just kind of attached to his belt. And he's just kind of standing. He's got his hands like in front of him, and he just seems to be like patiently waiting. Doesn't seem to take notice of you at all.
Can I take like a? Can I make an insight check to just get like besides like the body language you described to see if there's anything below it or beneath it that is being hidden?
Sure. Yeah, make an insight check.
That will be a 19.
19. He he seems very calm, very collected. He's absolutely just waiting. There doesn't seem to be like the intent to move at a moment's notice or be prepared for. He does seem to be very actively aware of his surroundings. And you would absolutely understand that to be more of like a hunter's instinct. But outside of that, there doesn't seem to be any kind of, you don't read any ill intention.
Okay. Yep, I keep it trained and stealthy, but I don't plan on firing unless Basia gives me some sort of signal.
Okay.
Yeah, Basia steps out. She's gonna give him the benefit of the doubt that it really is him, even though he's here late, you know. So
Yeah.
and she's gonna step out onto the front step and be like, "Okay."
Okay. So yeah, so you make your way out into the front, and that's actually where we're going to take our break.
Perfect.
Okay. So we will be back in a few minutes, and we will see what happens and why Basia is getting a late night visit from, magical guy. We will see you in a few moments. And we are back. Alrighty. So, Basha, you leave your home, slightly leaving the door ajar, and so you come out your front door. Jinx is kind of standing there, his hands kind of folded in front of himself, and he's maybe about maybe 5 feet away from your door. It's giving like a wide berth, so you don't feel, smothered by him being like this close to your door.
Yeah. Good evening. Good night. I'm not sure what time it is, but good.
Oh,
good
it's
evening.
it's very late. It's very late. Good
What,
evening, Basha. I'm very sorry. When I saw that you were here, I was instructed to do a number of things. First off, I was sent to watch over your family while you were working your assignment for the college. But I was also, and he kind of looks around a little bit. It's also instructed by the headmaster to give you a message.
Okay. Sure.
But give me a moment. And he very, 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 very carefully and very slowly, you watch as he kind of goes into his pouch, and he pulls out this very, very smooth stone. It's oval in shape, and he kind of holds it out in front of himself, and you see there's this blue rune kind of etched into it, scratched into it. As he takes it out, he kind of holds it up to his hand, and you can see as he begins to talk into it, and as he does, you can see this blue glow just kind of start to take form. And Gorple, you are watching very carefully and can see this as well.
I kind of keep an eye on Basha's body language and this person's body language to signify if Basha seems like she's apprehensive or scared, then I'll do something. But if not, I continue watching and observing.
Basha just kind of watching because she doesn't really know what's going on either. But she's probably, yeah. So she's just waiting to see what this is all about.
And as he's talking, he has his hand completely over his mouth, so you actually can't hear. But if you'd like to try, you can make a perception check.
I'll try, but because I'm there and I'm curious. That's an 11 on the die, so that's a 14.
14. Actually, yeah. So you start to hear, you hear most of it. You miss a little bit of it, but you do hear, yes, sir. I'm here with her right now. All right. Yeah. Oh, of course. And he kind of holds the stone out, and it looks like he's asking you to kind of grab it, and you kind of make a motion for it. But right before you actually go to take it, there's another slight blue flash. And as the flash kind of subsides, you now see about a 1.5 inch, almost 2 inch tall, almost, for lack of a better term, holographic image of Eben. And he's like, and kind of yawning. It seems like he actually was probably just woken up as well.
Yes, headmaster, because she can't call him Eben in front of Jinx. She's like,
Mhm.
yes, headmaster, I am sorry to wake you. What is it that you need?
Oh no, Basha. Yes. Jinx is actually doing what I required of him. I wanted to make sure that you knew that your family was in good hands. Should you actually make your way back to your home, which you did, obviously. But secondly, I wanted to make sure that things were going well on your assignment. How are things?
I mean, things have been very interesting. We actually, we killed a dragon yesterday. That was not on the menu. That just kind of happened. But we've been sort of investigating the matters in and around this Fandalen thing. You're the person that you told me to meet, the contact.
Oh yes, Gudrun. Yes.
Yes. Okay. I wasn't sure how much I was allowed to say in front of Jinx. Sorry.
No, you can trust him. You can speak with him as if you were speaking with me.
And I kind of like nod at Jinx, and I'm like, okay, well then. So Gundren has unfortunately gone missing. He was taken by someone who we only know as the Black Spider, and this person seems to have a number of orcs, bugbears, not orcs, the bugbears, and other creatures sort of working for him. Goblins, I'm not really sure, him or her. I mean, I don't know much. And basically has taken Gundren and, for lack of a better word, kidnapped Gundren. And
For
so
for what reason, if I might ask?
it sounds like perhaps they've heard rumors that Gundren has knowledge surrounding a map that has been lost, and it might have something to do with that. I'm actually going to check my notes to make sure that I'm actually saying the right information because I'm pretty sure I'm right, but I'm like, I don't know. Basia knows. I don't know if I know.
Well, yeah, no, you're actually 100% on, but yeah, you nothing you said was incorrect.
May I make a perception check to see if I can hear this conversation from where I am?
Yes, you can.
That will be a 15.
15. You're hearing bits and pieces, but you're not getting the whole conversation.
All right, so evil wizard cabal, got it. Yep, nailed it.
Perfect. Yes, this man named Iarno Glassstaff was working for the Black Spider. He had been turned, and basically the Black Spider has bugbears and other things working for him, and currently is location at Castle Cragmar.
All right. Do you know what this map is supposed to be to?
Something about it is about a mine, right? I know that much, or do I not know? Okay, good. Sorry, I really didn't know. That's what I was looking up. I was like, I don't know if we know.
No, yeah, you are aware that the map is to Wave Echo Cave, which is supposedly what is a lost mine that used to belong to dwarves, the mine of Phandelver. The Phandelver mines.
Yes. Okay. So yeah. So it's a lost mine that only the dwarves know about. The lost mines of Phandelver, and there's something about Wave Echo Cave also that's been mentioned multiple times, and I don't know if that's related, but we have a contact who might know who says they know where both are, so they're going to help us find them.
As you mention the mine to him, you watch his eyes kind of like his eyebrows kind of raise. And he kind of nods and he goes,
All right, so he bloody bastard did find it. All right. We thought that he might be on to something concerning the mine, but we were not 100% sure. But he has, again, we've worked together before, and he's done right by us, and we've done right by him. So it's of the utmost importance. You do everything you can to not only help him, but definitely make your way and acquire anything magical or of arcane significance there. Take note of it and acquire it if you can. And I will say that most importantly, in this whole endeavor that you're in, considering, especially since you say that you've taken care of a dragon.
I mean, not alone. My friends have helped me, but yes.
Did it have a horde of some sort? Or?
I mean, just some like golden things, nothing crazy interesting.
Basia, listen. To be very frank, I am empowering you under the auspices of the guild. We need to study any magical artifacts or items of significance in this endeavor, whether it be within the mine, should you find it, or anything in your travels.
Yes, there is something else. I wanted to mention that to you. I'm trying to find the notes, but yes, there's also been some magical artifacts noted elsewhere that I have noted, and we are going to go and research because it is near a place where back in the day was Shadowfell area. So I'm very curious to know what artifacts are there.
Well, whatever you find, as I said, you have the right to invoke the authority of the Wizards Guild, should you need to. But, Basia, not only do you need to be careful, but you need to be successful as well. This is, I'm to put a not too fine point on it. I've put my neck out on the line, giving you this particular assignment. Some of the other elders on the council, if they don't see some kind of tangible something out of this excursion, none of it will fall on your head. I leave it to you. I leave it to you that way.
I wouldn't want it to fall on yours either. You were an old friend. It's not fair to you.
But I have the utmost confidence in your skills. But as I said, I can't stress enough that bring something back. Artifacts, items, information, tangible information of arcane significance. This will do very well for both you and I, should you be successful.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, I will try and make it so that's... Well, our plan is to go after Gundren next, but then after Gundren, I will push the matter towards those magical artifacts. I've already pushed the matter, but I will push it further because it is something that I want to know more about.
Excellent.
Well.
Good. As I said, Basia, I have the utmost confidence in you. Otherwise, I would not have put you on this quest.
There was something else. My book came to life. Is that normal? Does that happen I've heard it happen to some people in my order, but I just wanted to make sure that's normal. Because my book now has a face, but only I can hear it talking, so...
So it's acquired sentience. Interesting. Yes, that is... Well, it's normal for some. It depends on exactly the circumstances and also what spellbook you acquired when you began your training. Well, I can tell you because it's happened already. We allow those within the Order of the Scribes to find out organically what the sentience will turn into. That way you can... it is something that you will learn to get used to. But it's hard. It's hard for most to believe it if we just told you it would happen.
That's fair. Also, it's kind of neat. It's like, secret club that you don't really know about until you get in, and then kind of find out. I mean, it's kind of like old days when we used to haze the freshmen. Well, I never did, but they used to haze the freshman wizards and wake them up in the middle of night, take them to the... Anyway, point is, it's similar.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But now that it's happened, I can definitely tell you, it also, for everyone, it's different. That has to do, as I said, with circumstances, but also has to do with the materials that we use to create the spellbook. Unlike those who are not in the Order of the Scribes, the scribe spellbooks are more enchanted than most. In the sense that, every spellbook has the pages magically treated. The ink that is used, obviously, is treated as well. But with the Order of the Scribes, every piece of the spellbook comes from either an enchanted or magical source, or is highly enchanted as well, down to the bindings, the leather used, and even the catgut used to bind the pages within. Sometimes it is sinew from magical creatures. So This is why for everyone in the order, it's a little different.
Yes, well, it is definitely interesting. Has my companions a little worried, but you know, they'll be fine.
Yeah,
I have another
they'll get
question
used to it, or they
with
won't.
everything that you sent. Yeah, that's fair. With what you sent us out for with Gundren, is there something in particular you're looking for with these mines? Do you know something I don't know, or will I just know it when I see it, kind of thing?
The mines themselves have been a rumor for many years. It was absolutely known at some point by scholars that many enchanted items came out of those mines, magical artifacts and such. So when Gundren said he needed help, and we thought that this might be what was happening, but he was tight-lipped about it, we needed to send someone to find out. That's you.
I'll definitely be on the lookout then. But first, we've got to go get Gundren from this black spider person, and hopefully that's not too hard.
Yes, please be careful, but absolutely do your best to bring him back alive if you can.
Hopefully so. I think he is more useful to them alive than dead right now, so that's good. But I don't know for how much longer. So we are setting out tomorrow, I believe.
Good to hear. All right, this spell is not going to last much longer, so Basia, you have yourself a good evening, you and your companions. Rest well, knowing that your family is well cared for by Jinx, and as soon as you can reach out to me again, please do so.
Will do. Thank you. Thank you very much, Headmaster, and you could have a good night as well.
Take care.
Then you watch there's another slight blue flash, and the image disappears. And Jinx takes the stone and puts it in his pouch, and he kind of looks at you and goes, "Do you require anything for your journey in the morning?"
I think we are good. I would have to check with companions to make sure we don't need anything, but no, I just appreciate that you're here. I had no idea, so thank you.
It's my job. And he kind of bows to you and says, "Have a good evening."
You too.
He kind of turns and starts to walk away.
Whew. I kind of poke my head back around the door to see if they're at the door listening or what, you know.
Drovar, I don't think, was listening. He was waiting to hear any sort of cry, call for assistance. He's just sitting there, hand on the axe, watching the door. It's like, oh, good.
Yeah, it's fine. Just Headmaster, just checking in to make sure I'm on track.
That was your headmaster?
No, that was Jinx, who is very bad idea despite being handsome man. We must keep him away from Carolina if Carolina. Actually, wait, they might cancel each other out. That might work out for them. I don't know. Anyway, point is, never mind. Sorry, I'm distracted. Point is, my headmaster was checking to see whether or not we were on track to finding Gundren. There's something, there's the mines that the map is about apparently is something that's been known for a while, and there's some magical interest there, so the college really wants me to pursue it. Also, those magical artifacts that we talked about going to see, we definitely have to go do that after all of this, because the college pretty much put their foot down and said, I have to, so we have to. They're paying for this nice house after all. I mean, if you want me to roll deception for that, I will. 100%.
Yeah.
I'm kind of half lying.
Yeah, roll a deception check for me.
Oh, that was not very good. Hang on. That was only an 11. I don't know how convincing that
Drovar,
was.
Drovar, do you believe her, or are you?
Well, he sort of nods. It's like, so we have to go hunt down artifacts, or your kids get chucked into the street. Is that what you're saying?
No, they're not. No, they wouldn't do that. Eben would never do that. I mean, actually, he sent his personal guard to watch over a house. I find that's interesting.
He's protecting his investment.
Yeah, that's true. I guess he is. Yeah. Yay, me. Hey. Oh, Gorple, hi. Where were you? Did you just crawl in on ceiling?
No, I went around back. I was trained on that man, and I watched your ghost master talk to you.
He's not a ghost. He's actual living man. It's just that was like okay. Never
Oh,
mind. I
he
know
looked
it's
like a
only
tiny
few.
ghost, so I'm
Okay,
not
he
sure.
was a tiny ghost in that moment, so you're right. That's fine.
He talked with a ghostly voice. Also, he said a lot of weird things that I don't know if I agree with. Oh yeah, I overheard a bunch of it.
Okay.
Yeah, so apparently, if we don't go to the other ruins to find these artifacts, her family gets chucked into the street.
Okay, no, it's not that bad.
I don't
but,
think it's that, but I mean that's probably for the. I mean, I'm gonna put it past some wizards.
But we have to go help Gundren first, which is good because we wanted to anyway. But we should head out soon, like tomorrow.
I would agree.
Also, do we
It's,
need anything for journey? Because they asked, but I didn't know what to say.
I
Should
mean,
always
Another
say
way to
gold,
keep
shouldn't
tabs
I?
on
That's
us.
alright, I didn't think. Yeah, he knew when I came back into town. Like, he knew right away, so he must have been watching House, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, you. I mean, it's a nice house, but I'll be honest, girl, you might want to find somewhere. Have a backup plan.
Never really thought
Phandalin
about it.
looks kind of nice. It's closer to these artifacts you're looking for anyway. And then you don't have a guild of wizards all watching you to steal stuff for them.
Yes, but I'm trying to prove a point
I mean,
that I can do this.
you
myself,
already got
know?
a glass staff. You just need a bunch of ruffians.
Yeah, did you show them that?
No.
You show them your new.
No, I forgot.
Thingy.
I did tell them about the book, though. I mean, I don't know how I forgot. I carry it with me
The
everywhere.
book that only you can hear.
They said it's normal, but they also said that they didn't tell me about it because it's like hazing ritual for new wizards that are in my scrap. I don't know. I don't ask these questions.
I don't like these guys at all. I don't
Look,
trust them.
Look, I
A
know you
second
think this is
Drovar.
bad. I've been
A
in much
second
worse
Drovar.
circles than this. This is nothing compared to the things that I dealt with in my youth, okay? When I was young, there was like full-on like people would threaten to cut off your fingers kind of people, and they weren't these wizards. These wizards are
Yeah,
like
that
a
makes.
walk in the park in comparison.
Yeah, of course.
Or
If you can't,
because, magically spying on you and threatening to, end your children's very comfortable.
Okay, they didn't say
home
that.
and
I
life.
said that. I made that up, all right? I'm just
Well,
trying to make
I mean,
point. We need
if
to go
you-
get these
if
artifacts.
you can't
all right?
do your job, you probably deserve to lose your fingers.
Well, yes, because when I was young, Gorple, I did things much like you. So I know where you're coming from because when I was young, I had to go and like spy on people and like, knife them in
My-
the back kind of a thing. That
Oh,
was like my
yeah,
old
definitely.
trade.
You actually stab people in the back.
Well, maybe a
Really?
few. I don't know. I didn't really hang around to find out what happened to them. I
So
just
then why
thought,
why don't your children
You
know
were
how
there
to
for the
stab people in the back?
Because I'm trying to give them a better life than I had, okay? I don't want them to live like I had to live for years in the city before I
Why
met the
not?
Lexi.
It's not so bad. I mean,
Well,
my people were
alright,
terrible, but like the raising was like, I had to hunt creatures that were much larger than me, and it
But
made me fine.
Fine.
How many of your tribe got eaten in those things that you didn't get eaten in?
Oh, like at least 10 of the younglings died in that fight, but I was a smart one.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
yeah,
it's
well,
fine.
there you go.
Humans work a little differently,
We
Gorple.
we
We
breed
don't do
in
that.
we breed in pools, and there's like 10 to 15 spawning, and that happens in the warmer months. So like we could up our tribe by like 100 within like 6-7 months,
That's crazy.
and then it only
You
takes
can't do
about
that.
a little less than a year to like get everyone ready to hunt and fight and kill. And
Yeah,
if you can't do
Gorple.
your job, well, you probably deserve it.
Gorple, it takes
Right,
like
but
9 months for us to even just give birth to our children, and it takes them like 18
It does.
years to
It
become
does
people.
sound to me like there's a high culling of
Yeah.
of each generation.
Yes,
Well,
Bojack,
So you're
Wojciech
left with
wants
only
to
the
see-
cream of the crop. I think. Oh yeah. Yes.
I
Is it
thought-
time for bed?
No, I thought breeding in pools was bad for pH level.
No.
In any
for
case,
people, yes. For most people, yes. Not for Grung, apparently.
Well, I mean, it really depends what caste you are, because if they weren't the hunters and the warriors, they didn't have as tumultuous of a situation. So if they were higher caste,
Yeah,
they
it's not
probably
what we're
had it
talking.
easier.
It's fine. Never mind.
The
Never
one-
mind.
okay, look, we got a long trip tomorrow. We can talk about this away from prying ears or magical or whatever.
Delicate ears, they're probably asleep. I hope they're asleep. I'm like,
In any case, I would say don't introduce your children to a book only you can hear, because of all the things they've seen,
Yeah.
probably the one it's like, oh, John told me a funny joke, and they'll be like, Mom's gone mad.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I'm
no,
still not believing that you.
It's not like they can hear it anyway, so it's not worth it. But Kasha would be interested. Maybe I show Kasha separately. She would understand these sorts of things.
She seems like a chip off the old block.
She's
You
more
should probably
like
get her
her
away
father
from these
than me.
folks as quick as possible.
Yeah. Well, she might take the book actually if I show it to her. Maybe it's better if I don't show them. In that way, she is like me, opportunist sometimes, you know.
I don't like these folks at all. That's. I was liking this house a lot, and the food was really good, and it was like very comfortable here. And I was like, oh, here's where the price comes in. Yeah.
Well,
Right.
you know, it's fine. I'm doing what I wanted to do. I couldn't just sit in house after Alexei died. It wasn't for me. I couldn't just sit back and be like, it's hard to explain. Back in my parents, Carolina's different. Carolina gets it. She's like modern woman with modern times, you know. But like my family would have been fine if I just remarried immediately, because that is my job, to stay home and take care of kids. You know, mother was always very good with axe and things like that. She always said woman should be, you know, rolling pin in one hand, axe in other. Like that is her style. You would have liked her, Drovar.
Oh, she did. I would have. Yes, she sounds like my
say,
kind
yeah.
of. Yeah.
But I think they didn't want me to set out on my own like this, but I had to. I just couldn't stare at four walls anymore. It was driving me crazy. I had to go out. I had to try and prove that I could do it too.
I understand.
You know? So
I do understand that. Yeah.
it's worth it for me. Whatever price I know that you think is too high, for me, it is not too high.
Well, it's not too high for you, but you know, you've got the little ones to think about. So let's get on the road tomorrow.
They want some magic artifacts. Let's get them some stuff and throw it at them, and then maybe they'll get off my back a little bit, huh?
I mean, I'll get them off your back. I mean, this axe is really good against trees, you know, but, you know, my axe is pretty good against trees anyway, you know. Somehow I don't think this is quite what they're looking for.
I don't think so.
But
I mean, maybe,
if
but
we find something, if we find something they really want, we'll think about whether they get it. Come on, let's.
Yes, let's go to bed, everyone. We have a long day tomorrow.
All right, so you begin to slowly make your way to the rooms that have been prepared. And Bocek, you have the largest of these rooms, still a little tiny for you, but not uncomfortable tiny. And there's plenty of room for your wash bin, Gorple, in that room as well. You can actually see that Carolina has actually laid down some sheets and canvas tarps in a corner, seemingly to prepare for if there's any water splashing or anything. And Basia, you make your way into your own bedroom, which is very, very comfortable. 4-poster bed, very, very soft silk sheets. It's a little bigger nowadays, unfortunately. But it's still comfortable as you begin to lay your head down and have that melancholy feeling of, you know, it's wonderful to be home, but you're going to be leaving in the morning. Drovar, your bed your room is human sized, so you get a large bed and it's pretty comfortable. It's not bad. And you all take your rest for the evening, getting back all of your hit points and any spell slots that you have used, and any other abilities that require the rest. Is there anything that you'd like to do before moving forward?
You've made all those good berries. Did you want to?
Well, when we wake up in the morning, I pass them out. But I figured until we wake up, he's not going to give them out.
Okay. All right, no worries. Yeah, so you wake up in the morning. And you all wake to the smell of bacon, just permeating throughout the house. Gorple, someone is cooking dinosaur.
I head downstairs quickly.
Yeah. Because oddly enough, the smell of cooked dinosaur smells oddly like bacon. And you come down, and the table itself is just like once more, just like the evening before, just filled with not only plates for everyone there, but just foods and breads and vegetables and cheeses. And you can see the girls already sitting down at their places, and they're eating. There's actually a smaller table to the side just for them. And Carolina is just kind of like going back and forth from the fireplace to the kitchen, and she starts to see you all kind of coming down, descending the stairs. Is, oh, good morning, good morning. Please, there's plenty. Take what you wish. Mr. Gorple, your lizard horse, very well behaved. I am very surprised. I bring him out some pork. Very carefully he takes from my hand. Very, very well trained. Good job.
He's not really a horse. I guess he's more loyal, like a dog.
So lizard dog. I apologize. So, but good job. Good, very good job training him. Very good job. Yes, and she kind of kisses you on the forehead, Basia. She's like, take food. Hurry up and
Easy kiss.
okay, and just
When I get up, yeah.
And yeah, you just begin taking your food. You've already kind of pretty much gotten yourselves, prepared for the day. But now you're just now there's so much food, and there's so much to drink. There's not only pitchers of water that are on the girls' table, but there's pitchers of actual orange juice. You can smell coffee. There is a small pitcher of ale. That is kind of like in the mix of everything. She's like, I was not sure what everybody would like for breakfast, so I just put out everything. So please help yourselves. Take what you wish. It's to make up for not having enough that last evening.
And when I come down the stairs, I was gonna say I immediately give the girls a really big squeeze, even if they're eating, I'm just like, nope, I'm hugging you now. It's fine, we are hugging.
Veronica, she's got her mouth full. She's going, oh no, mama. She just keeps eating. Kasha is just like, oh, hello, good. She says, I look, and she kind of shows you that she actually sketched Teague in the backyard. And for a 12-year-old, it is pretty good. Like, it's just, the detail is not there, but she tried to catch, the specific markers. Like, she absolutely caught, like, the runes in his scales. The feathers kind of sticking out of his arms. And you can watch as it looks like in his mouth, he has, like, a large hunk of meat. She's like,
oh yes, I can see this was done during his breakfast. Very good. It's very
yes, good. Yes. Aunt Carolina, she let me come out with her when she was feeding him.
Nice. Well, it's very good. And I kind of ruffle her hair before I'm like, coffee, and then get my food.
Yeah. So you all start to eat and partake of this beautiful breakfast spread. And Carolina comes over. She goes, "Oh, by the way, really, really, really handsome elf stopped by earlier this morning."
Oh, you saw him, did you?
Yes, he came this morning. He knocked on door. He says he's a friend from the wizard school.
Yeah.
And he dropped something off for you. He lives in the front.
Oh, okay. I will go see what that is. Yeah. So did you talk to him? Did the two of you?
I tried. He was not having any of it. So I was going to talk to you. You put in a good word for me.
Oh yeah, I'll put in good word for you.
Okay.
They call him Jinx, but I figure you with your history, perhaps maybe it like cancel each other out and actually like work.
That's a very sexy name. I like that.
Yeah, Jinx. Yes, I know. That's what I said.
That's not how curses work.
She turns around.
Right.
She turns around and looks at you and gives you an odd look. Anyway, it's out front. I'll take it. You go check that. I will keep everybody fed. Don't worry.
Yeah, then Basha will go look and see what Jinx brought.
Yeah, and out in the front, kind of hitched to one of the essentially the fencing of your front yard, you can see there is a small cart with a horse, and it's empty. It's not very large. It's like you can either put one person in the cart or a number of things, but one person can sit in the front of the cart and kind of move it, and there is a horse that just kind of goes with it.
Oh, perfect! Look at this horse and cart.
So that's what it is.
Great. Okay. I come back in. I'm like, they brought this horse and cart, so that's outside.
That was quick.
Yeah, I guess they just anticipated what we'd need. I don't know.
Yep.
Wizards.
So
I
you
still say it's better than my past. It's better than the old days. Carolina, you remember old days, how terrible they were. This is much better, yes?
I don't even think about the old days. This
Okay,
is
so you shouldn't
no.
even talk about it.
What old days? This is weird. We live in the
see?
now. We live
Yeah,
in the
see?
right
Mhm.
now.
Yeah, see?
And right now is you better put in good word for me with Pretty Man.
I will
So
talk to him. I will talk to Jinx when I next time see him. I will
Alright.
tell him that Sister is. I will say that he should stay away from Sister because she is, because she is the most like beautiful, wonderful woman, and he could never possibly like her. And then see how that sits with him, and then see what happens.
Why don't you just find a tub?
Why tub?
but I have a tub. We have a tub
Well,
upstairs.
So you could drop your eggs off, and then he can inseminate the
He's a
eggs.
frog. He doesn't understand how people work. It's just different. I don't ask questions anymore.
Well,
It's fine.
yes. You know what? I have no time to explain birds and bees
Yeah, that's fine.
to you. So
What do bugs and flying
Never mind. It's
creatures
fine.
have to do with this?
Shh.
Gosh, look at the time.
I will just continue.
Look at that hourglass. Oh,
Here, look, here. And she just kind of puts some coffee in front of you, Gorple. She's like, I don't know if you drink this, but here is something for you as well.
No, I shouldn't have. Oh no! I do look up at the hourglass. Has it emptied and like refilled, or is it I
It is
wanted to watch how it flipped
the sand.
over.
The sand, it seems mostly full on the bottom, and the sand is now going upward.
that's awesome.
We should go, man. It's like we gotta move. Let's do this. Let's go. Woo!
Yes. Oh no.
I'm like 2.5 feet tall, and I'm a lizard, so I imagine I process this shit in a heart.
Well, that is
Yeah.
good to know.
Yeah.
Come down on the steering. Come on.
Now I'm gonna be up here. Let's go. Oh, it's so hot. Oh man, it's really hot. Woo!
Keep the clothes on. Keep them on. We don't need to see that whatever it is. No, come on down.
Yeah.
Come.
Gorple, that was in the moment that you just gulped that coffee down, you felt like you were at home. And then the world slowed down all around you.
Come on,
And-
what are you guys doing? You're taking forever. Let's see. What are you doing? Why are you wasting so much time?
Time to calm.
Wee! Wee!
War-
The girls are like just watching this go on. Like Carolina's like, okay, girls, go upstairs. Time to get dressed for the day. And before your mother leaves, she will say goodbye. Go. And she kind of like, as you're just kind of like rushing around Gorple, she's like actually kind of like trying to herd the girls away from you, like put her body in between you. Because she's getting a little freaked out by what's going on.
Crazy frog man. Oh no.
And she kind of like leads the girls upstairs. And she goes, Basia, you need to take care of this.
Yeah, I will do my best. Gorple, come sit down.
I can't sit. I gotta move. Let's do this. Wee! I leave the door. I just leave. I'll be outside.
No coffee for the frog ever again.
Yeah, we'll let him just kind of run around. I think it'll wear off.
We've
eventually,
learned
it's
something.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As
Yeah, we're doing
Dwarvar
that.
gets up, he's got his stuff. He looks at the drawing. He's like, "Oh, It doesn't look like that lizard's eating a cat at all.
So yeah, you finish up your meals. Gorple, in the time that it takes for them to kind of finish up, you're still a little bit on your coffee high, but you are not bouncing off the walls like you were just a few moments ago.
I ran around the yard. I hopped around. I climbed a house, and I hung out with Teague. It was just an insane 15 minutes, and now I'm waiting outside. I'm starting to slump my shoulders. As it probably hyper sweat through it. It's gone through my skin already.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. It was not an unpleasant rush for you.
Yeah, now I'm addicted to coffee. I got it. It's fine.
Oh, great. Okay, we take thermos. We only give to him before battle. This seems like fun.
Thimble in the morning, and that's it. Just one thimble. That's
I actually am gonna pack some coffee with me. I'm gonna take some with me, but package it away and not I'll tell Drovar and Bochek, but I'll be we keep this away until right before battle. We know what's happening, and then we make and give to him. Okay, I put away.
Would you? Yeah.
Yeah,
you had a guy in the unit like that. You had to give him a little extra something, and then you had to talk him out of the tree when the fight was over. But he was.
I'm not sure if it's going to be terrible or great, but I kind of need to see it just once. We should probably test it before big battle, yeah?
That reminds me, we should buy some healing potions if we can.
That's what we need. Oh, why didn't I think of that?
We should get some of that before we give him any more of that stuff before a fight. Because it's a good test, but we need some something to cover our backs.
So yeah.
Check if you want to sell some of that beer, you should go to Dwarven Merchant before we go.
That is a good idea.
I'll go with you.
I should say goodbye to daughters. I will not come with you, so I can say goodbye before we go.
Okay. Yeah, Bochek, you were able the evening before you went to bed, you were able to easily fill up, and there's still plenty of empty jars in the basement. But you were able to fill at least 3 dozen of these little jars. Not little, they're actually pretty big. Not 3. Why did I say 3? 2 dozen of these jars. And you can take as many as you wish with Drovar to the merchant circle. How many are you taking with you?
All except for 5.
Okay. So you make your way easy enough. You make your way to the merchant circle. It's maybe about 2 blocks away. Down from Basia's house. You walk through it, so it's easy enough to find. And at this time of the day, there's just bustling of people going about their business. You can see people, walking down the street. Couples, children, a few people with carts, kind of making their way back and forth. And you can hear all of these different merchants, but from both stalls and established buildings. Just either calling out for people, the fresh fish, or come sample the wares. It's and it just continuously. It is very, very bustling. Bochek is absolutely drawing a little bit of attention as you are making your way both down the street, and to find the dwarven merchant specifically, I will need both of you to make an investigation check for me, please.
Yeah, these humans are too tall. With an 8, I can't.
Okay, 8. Bochek.
One.
Was that a natural 1, or are you just minus to 1?
3 minus 2.
Okay. That makes a difference. Believe it or not. So, for the next hour and a half, you are being stopped almost at every stall or every turn, either by people who want to ask Bochek questions about why is he so tall? Why does he look the way he does? Does he work at the blacksmith? Just ridiculous questions. And it is almost impossible for you to take 5 steps without somebody either trying to sell him something or ask him a stupid question. But Bocek is very happy to answer every single question.
Anytime anyone asks me how I got so big and strong, I answer with, by drinking this beer.
Okay. Most of the
Nice.
questions are from children. A couple of them are children with parents, and as you say this, the parents just kind of grab their kid and just kind of walk away with them. But eventually, about an hour and a half into this, you do actually find your way quite accidentally in front of a stall where there is a dwarven merchant kind of sitting there. He's got his hair, kind of slicked back. It looks like into a long braid. His hair's like a dirty blonde color. His beard is very finely groomed. There are two braids coming down from his actual mustache into his beard, coming down that are actually kind of cupped by these silver holders, and then the middle of his beard is also braided, but a huge thick braid. But all of the hair just very groomed, very oiled, and very well kept. He has on his ears what look like gold hoop earrings all the way from the top going down, and seems to be just very well dressed. Like he's wearing a very clean shirt with a very like a brown vest. There seems to be like a gold chain hanging from the vest into one of the buttonholes, and he's just kind of sitting there. Doesn't see you yet, Drovar, but absolutely sees Bocek, and he's just kind of like staring at him with this like very amused look as the last of the people asking questions kind of walk away. He's just kind of like shaking his head.
Finally, that's and I just turn and I'm like finally like looking at somebody like straight ahead, eye to eye contact. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh,
Oh, hello there, lad.
oh, hello.
What? And he kind of looks up at Bocek. What can I do for the both of you?
Well, so looking at this fellow, is there anything about what he's wearing or any decorations that I'm seeing giving me a sense of, clan or city that he's from?
Not particularly. Not what he's wearing. Make a perception check for me.
Okay, 15.
15. Yeah, nothing in what he's wearing. But as you start looking around, you actually can see, well, the first thing is behind him there is like a honeycomb shelf. And in each of the honeycombs seems to be they're different color glass bottles. And you can't see exactly like what's in the bottles at the moment, but there is like a placard with a dwarven rune, and you absolutely can read what this says. And as he kind of like, because he's actually sitting on a stool at the moment, as he he's looking at both of you, he hops down. And hold on a second while I pull up my notes here. The rune itself says, here we go. It says Hard Reach Brews. So you don't recognize the family name, but absolutely the family name is Hard Reach. And as he kind of looks, he goes, "Oh, so what can I do for you, lad?" So it's what's happening.
So I kind of take all of this in for a second and see the name and like, I think it was destiny that we found you, because I take it I'm speaking to one of the Hard Reach.
Because yes, absolutely. I'm Vonrum Hardreach. Pleasure to meet you.
Drovar Ironhelm.
Drovar Ironhelm. Nice to good family name. Good family name.
Hello, I'm Bocek.
my city is Mirabar, right?
Yeah.
Just okay. It's like, yeah, we're out to Mirabar. This is my friend Bocek. He's a brewer actually, and he's come up with something. Maybe you'd like to try a sample of his wares and see what you think.
Oh, aye. So Mirabar, yeah. I'm the family's from Gottelgrim. So yeah. But we've got family. We got clan down in Mirabar. Yeah. Ah, good. So brewer, are you looking for work, lad?
I am looking to.
Well, we've got to supply us. We've got to supply us something that he's just come up with this, and I love it. And I think you might want to at least give it a try. We're kind of in the middle of something at the moment, but
All right. Yeah, I'm game. Yeah.
Here you go. This is Bocek Goodberry Breakfast Brew.
Goodberry bricks. All right. I'll give it a shot. So he takes the jar.
as well. Just kind of the showing we're drinking from the same keg thing as well, but just also it's like that's good.
So he kind of looks at the jar. He doesn't open it yet, and he starts swirling it around. Well, it's definitely got a nice consistency there. All right. Interesting color. Pops it open. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice fragrance you got there. So it's like an interesting bouquet. It smells like flowers, and then when it permeates the nostrils, you get like the fruit flavor. That's great. I like that a lot.
The floral notes actually come from a mixture of yeast and hops, less from berries and grains.
All right. So let's take a taste, shall we? He kind of pulls it. He takes an empty cup and kind of puts it next to him. He just like takes a sip. And instead of spitting it out, he drinks it immediately. And he goes, "Oh, now I see why you call it breakfast.
Yeah, it fills you up.
That's interesting. Ooh, oh, that's nice. That is really nice. You sure you're not looking for work?"
It was one of the best ways I've started a morning in years. So now I'll tell you, he shared this with some others in my group, and the human was knocked on her ass. So I thought it's something a little bit.
I could imagine
something a little bit more. It's something more suited for our constitution.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's a good point. I've actually been trying to find a good brew for the dwarven folk. I mostly like, especially here in Helmsholt, not a lot of us here, so I've been kind of tending mostly to the human and the elf needs, as it were. But this, I could get behind this. So are you willing to are you willing to part with this, boy?
Yes, I am looking to sell some. I want to provide for people who enjoy good beer.
Oh no, you know what? Like, I'll take everything you got right now. But what I really mean is, are you willing to sell me the recipe?
I look at Drovar.
And they'll be able to make it themselves, and they might do it just a little differently. I will tell you, it does use magic. There's you need someone who's making. He makes these little berries, and it's like the druid. It's like foresty magic stuff. You pop it in, and it fills you up.
Well, how about
good
this?
for rations out in the field? But he turned the stuff into a brew, and it's like, well, we got a lot of the stuff, and
right. Well, yeah. Well, absolutely. I'll take what you've got. Not a problem. All right. If you're willing to part with the recipe, all right. Just you tell me exactly what you used. Portions, the magic-y stuff, all of that. I'll make it happen. Eventually. But what's important is the recipe. So, how many have you got here? How many bottles you got here?
I show him the entire pile.
Yeah. So, all right. So, let's see, for all of this, and he kind of takes out, like, from behind behind his little desk, he takes out this small abacus and he just begins to start, like very, very quickly kind of looking. He's like, all right, how about this? Not only will I take all of this, if you sell me the recipe and you give me the correct spelling of your name so I make sure you get the proper credit, that you are the one who created this, I can give you right now in cash, between gold and platinum, 400 gold pieces.
One last request.
What's that?
I brewed something really fucking weird recently, and we seal deal over tasting it.
Makes a lot of weird stuff.
Make a persuasion check with advantage because he is super into what you just put in front of him.
12?
12. He kind of thinks it over for a second, just a second, and he goes, yeah, sure, why not?
Cool. I grab 3 of the empty jars and I pour 3 glasses of the green dragon ale.
Okay. So you start, yeah, because he's got plenty of glasses, and he lets you take, he lets you, as if you already do work for him. He lets you come behind, and you take out the glasses, and you start to pour. And as you pour it, he's giving it the weirdest look. And he's like, what the fuck is that?
I explain in Dwarven, it's like, we killed a green dragon a couple of days back, and the lad tried making an ale out of its blood. So I haven't tried it yet either.
All right.
But figure if there's something that we can handle, it's worth a taste.
All right. And in Dwarven, he looks at you, and in Dwarven, he's like, you took down a green dragon? Good on you. And he kind of like gives you a knock on the shoulder. And he goes, and then he looks at the drink and he goes, all right, I guess we'll give it a shot. And he kind of back into common. And he looks at Boji and says, all right, bottoms up.
Naraje.
And you all take a shot. I need you both to make Constitution saving throws. Drovar, you get advantage. I will make a Constitution saving throw for this poor unfortunate man.
You've killed him before he paid us. I got a 22.
Okay.
15.
15. All right. This poor man, with advantage, I rolled a 7 and an 8. It only brings it up to 10. The DC was 12. So you all take a shot, and Drovar, you can feel the burning the moment you put it in your mouth. And as you drink it, like, you can start to feel, and Bocek, you start to feel the same thing as well. You can start to taste like this almost like ale type of taste, but the burning is just overriding it. And as it hits your stomach, both of you it's just like, like, and you're just like, oh, well, that's weird, and then just for a moment, it's almost like that. You feel like you're gonna hurl, but then it slowly begins to subside. But you have like almost like this acid reflux taste in the back of your throat. Bocek, you immediately know it still needs more time. This poor man, Von Room, he's sitting there and he's just kind of like, it looks like he's trying to understand what the taste is, right? And he's like, just standing there, he's like, and just immediately just hurls. And there is a bucket, thankfully. There are like a couple of buckets behind the counter. And he thankfully just like right now, he just hurls right into this bucket. And his head is down and he's just like, and he just continues. And then after the next 15 seconds go by, like he begins dry heaving. You don't hear anything more going into the bucket, but there is still a lot of dry heaving. And then after about 25-30 seconds go by, he just take like a handkerchief out of the inside of his vest and just kind of starts wiping around, because it's now like on his neatly braided beard and his mustache, and he's just it needs more time.
Yes, I think so.
Sorry, grandfather. Oh.
No, it's worth it. It was worth it. Just he ate a lot, and he kind of he hands you like a parchment and a quill, Boche. He goes, just write me your name, so I make sure that you get credit for whatever the sales I make and such.
I write my name. I write the recipe.
Yeah.
I just look over. It's like, can you write?
Yes, but it is absolutely like gripping the pencil with a closed fist.
Maybe I'll write it down for you. My hands are a little smaller.
And over the next few minutes, especially with Drover helping you, Bocek, you're able to kind of make it more legible than it would normally be. And you do watch as Vonrum does take like a water skin, and he just starts like washing his hands and kind of trying to clear off his face, and every now and then you see him kind of like stop, look around, just like he's getting ready to hurl again, and then in between that time, he does take like a small coffer out and starts filling a sack with both platinum and gold pieces. And at the end of it, Bocek, you do have 20 platinum and 200 gold pieces. All right, so I think I'm gonna call it.
Yeah.
Oh God! All hammer save me. We're gonna call it Bocek's Breakfast Brew. And it was a pleasure meeting you. Oh, and Godspeed. Oh, and yeah, I think I'm done for the day. But it's a pleasure meeting both of you. And it's like 8 a.m. So like as you're both kind of walking away, you watch as he puts up a placard that reads both in Dwarven and Common, closed, and you watch as he starts shuttering up, like packing up some of the bottles. But yeah, you kill that poor man's digestive system, at least for the day.
I turned to Drovar. Man, he really couldn't hold his liquor.
Yeah, you're lucky we did. I will say, as dragons go, maybe we try something a little less toxic next time. We get our hands on another one. Maybe the green's not the right color. I mean, you saw how toxic just his breath is.
Me and man were talking. It just need more time to ferment. Essentially, have yeast eat toxic and turn into alcohol.
That's all the stuff you're talking about. I just know different dragons. They're all affiliated with different power, fire or cold or whatever. It's like, one of the white ones are all about ice and stuff now.
Oh, super frosty.
Right, what I'm saying is that you get two different kinds of dragon, you probably have two different kinds of brew from them.
So this is a
Sasha might know more about dragons.
Yeah, this is a lot of money.
Yeah, why don't we take it back to Mother and we'll just hand it to her and let her divvy it up?
Yes, that's what I was thinking, because I'm not sure.
I mean, Gorb gave you the good berries to make this, so
yeah, absolutely, and you did the talking.
Yeah, well, it's just the Allhammer must have been watching out for us to find that guy. He was the couldn't have found a better person to sell this to.
So you make your way.
Definitely have to check in on him.
Yeah. So you make your way back to the house. In this time, Basia, Bocek and Drovar have been gone for almost 2 hours.
It's been a really long time.
And during this time, like everybody's ready to go. Gorple, you're in the backyard with Teague.
Yeah, I spent like an hour going real fast. I took an hour nap. I feel great. Let's do this.
Yeah, and I'm definitely like spending time with my daughters.
Yeah.
While I can't, like the two of them in a room.
So Veronica is like, she's actually helping your sister basically take all of the, put the food away, start pack. She's actually packing up food for your trip as well. And she's putting away, helping her put it away the dishes. Kasha is just kind of like, she's kind of hovering around you, but not really saying much. As the time continues to progress, eventually she just kind of like, Mama, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Is that your spell book?
Yes, this is my spell book. And I'll show her. And I'm just like, yeah, whatever.
She kind of like starts looking at it, and she kind of like traces her hand over it. She goes, "Is that the face?"
Yes, it is. That happens with some of them, with certain wizards.
And as she kind of passes her hand over, you both watch as Jan's eyes open, and she goes,
It's okay. It does that. Yes, I know.
Is that okay?
Yes, it's fine. It's yes. Actually, I usually oil the spellbook every day, and I haven't yet. Do you want to do it?
Yes.
I'll show you how. Yeah. All right. Yeah, you can do it.
And so so you take her over and you kind of take the oil out, and you just show her how, put it on a little rag and just begin to kind of like wipe it down.
Yeah,
And
maybe someday you'll have one.
And as you do, you can hear Jan, in the back of your head. He's like,
Oh, that feels so good. Thank you.
You are welcome. You are welcome. This is kind of weird, but you're welcome.
You watch as Kasha stops. And her eyes, she just kind of looks at you. Did you hear that, Mama?
Could you hear it too?
Someone said that it feels good.
You can hear him? I don't know how could you hear him? That's so strange. No one else can hear him but me.
She puts the book down. She puts the rag down, and she just kind of like takes her hands and puts them in front of her, and she goes, "Is the book talking?"
Yes, Kasha, this is Jan. Jan, this is my daughter Kasha. I don't know how she can hear you, but she can hear you.
Oh, that is very interesting. It is nice to meet you, Kasha.
And you just watch her her eyes go even wider, and she just look, and now she can actually see like the book is looking at her, and she's like, "That is very creepy."
I know, it scared me a little too the first time it happens. They didn't tell me it was gonna happen, so I thought I was just like crazy, but it's actually like normal apparently for some wizards. Apparently you too.
You were surprised I can hear him. Why? Does not everybody hear him?
No, that none of my companions can hear him. And Veronica, you don't hear anything, right? I'm just like calling across the room.
She's like going back. She goes, "I can hear you two, going on while we are cleaning over here."
Okay, all right, yeah. So Kasha, I think it is something that only certain people with certain magical abilities can hear. Maybe just because you are my daughter and your father's daughter, but you can hear it too for some reason. I will have to ask Eben about this. I should write him letter anyway before I leave because there was things I forgot to mention. I'll ask him. Maybe this is normal. I don't know.
Yeah, you watch as she kind of nods, but it's like an absent nod, like she's listening to you but kind of trying to process something. And then a moment goes by, and then she kind of like smiles a little bit, and she goes, "Does that mean I'm like magic special?"
Well, I suspected you might be. We knew you always had a talent for it. It's possible that someday you can be wizard too if you want to be. Or other kinds of magic. There's other kinds, but you don't want to be them because, yeah, wizards are better. Anyway.
She kind of nods. She goes, "Okay, I don't want to oil it anymore."
Yeah,
be-
it's weird.
yes, but
It talks. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah.
that is very cool.
Yeah, I'm excited too. I had no idea. Oh, that reminds me. I have something for both of you.
Okay.
Veronica, come here.
She runs over.
Okay, and she's gonna use prestidigitation to create sparkles, and she's gonna pull 2 of the moonstone goblets out of the bag. So the one that Drovar gave her because he didn't want his, and also the one that she saved. And she's gonna be like, "Ta-da!" Like,
And they're
these
like,
are for you.
like both of them are like, and they take them and they're like, and Veronica's like, "Oh, this is my favorite cup. Thank you,
Yep,
Mama."
I'm sure it is. You're welcome. We should make sure we take care of them. Carolina will show you how, just so that we don't, break the stones, and we keep for a long time. They're very special.
Okay. And immediately she drops it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Whatever. I
Yeah.
don't know what I expected.
She picks it up and she kind of brushes it off. She goes, and she just runs over to Carolina to show her, and she's like, "Okay, yes, we will we'll figure out how to tell them apart, and then this will be your cup." And she's like,
Yeah, you tie
"Okay."
like ribbon around base or something. You tie a little charm around bottom so they know whose is whose, and then they don't get them mixed up. It's fine.
Okay.
Or keep them in separate sides of the room or something. I don't know.
Okay. And Kasha's just looking at hers, and she's like, "Mama, this looks very expensive."
Yes, yes, it probably is.
You sure you don't want to give it to us?
I'm sure where I'm going, I will find more things. And I know sometimes in days past, when you were very little, I know we used to have to sell things that were nice, and Father used to have to sell things that were nice. But I think from now on, we will not have to do that, and this is something that we can just have. So, but you have to take care of it. I know, your sister might drop hers, but she's a little, so we have to forgive her that. But, you're old enough that you can have something nice and take care of it, and I think you should.
And she's looking at it, and she kind of looks up. And you can see like little tears starting to she goes, "I will take very good care of this, Mama, I promise."
And Pasha hugs her, like, I know you will.
She goes, I know the perfect place to put this. And then she kind of runs up the stairs. And she comes back down without it. She goes, "Don't worry, it's very safe now."
I'm sure it is. And Carolina, I have something for you too. And Basha's already, this morning, or at some point while they were gone, she pulls out a separate coin purse, and she's going to give her a coin purse with 60 silver. She's not going to open it to show her. She's just going to hand her this coin purse and be like, "This is for you, for expenses and anything you might need. Also, there is a box coming from where I just was, and there's going to be a very nice gift in there for you. Kasha might want it, but please don't give it to her. They are for you. You will know it when you see it, because the earrings are in there, DM. But yes, the money is to help with expenses and everything while I'm gone. And trust me, I don't need it. I have plenty. We've done very well for ourselves."
Yeah, she takes it, and she doesn't look in it, and she just kind of puts it in a little pocket in the apron that she's wearing, and she goes, "Don't worry, I always make do with whatever you are able to send, so it's not to worry."
We will be doing better from now on, I think.
Oh, that's good.
Right,
That's
here's
good to
the
hear.
beer money.
100 gold for everybody.
Oh my god, what?
Yeah, so you get Carolina's like,
Just
"Huh?"
I bring it, just drop the sack right on the table. It's like, yep,
That's
sold the
platinum? Is
beer.
that platinum?
How'd you get so much money?
I sold
The
the beer.
Allhammer was guided us to the person. There's a dwarven beer merchant here. He bought the lot from him, and the recipe.
Wow.
Ha-
You
I
sold
mean,
But he's not going to be able to make it without special keg.
He basically said, "Let him figure that out."
I
That's
mean,
fair.
but literally, good berries go away in a day, and only because of Bocek's special keg can that be brewed.
Well, then it's a real special recipe, then I guess. Yeah.
It's gonna be a real
We-
special thing.
We very much
George's had a long
warned
time.
him.
He's got years to figure out how to make this work. And what we're gonna
Okay,
do,
wait.
gonna have to come back here.
Hold on.
Oh.
I appreciate this money, Bocek, but this is your money. You made this. Well, technically you and
It's-
Orpal, I
it's-
suppose.
I mean, it's our money. It's
I didn't do
it's
anything
what
with
I
it. I shouldn't. I shouldn't take it. I had nothing to do with it.
I hand you all the money. You divvy it up. That's the
And
way it
also-
works. We
I
get the
divvied
money
up
also-
in.
the three of you.
No. You helped us get the keg. Without you, we wouldn't have gotten through the basement.
I suppose that's fair. Well, this
Listen.
is a very lot of money. You have to repeat that amount of money then, DM, because I did not pay
It's-
attention, because I was like,
it's-
I'm not going to take it.
It's 200 gold, 20 platinum.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
essentially, you and Gene take 100 gold each, and me and Drovar take 10 platinum each.
Yeah, and as you're like all arguing as the sack was kind of dropped on the table and some of the coins have spilled out, Carolina is just like she's chewing on a piece of bacon, and she just stops, and she's just staring at the money, and she's like, "What this? Did you just rob someone? What is this?"
That's the best part. We didn't have to.
Oh, no,
See,
I
it's
just-
so different from the old days. This is what
I
I'm telling you.
I just sold the beer I made. Here, I saved 5 jars. Try breakfast beer.
You drink this, you won't eat anything for like the rest of the day. I warn you, because it's
Don't
like
get any
also
work
it's
done
nice.
either.
Oh yeah,
So-
here you go.
Yeah, no,
Uh,
she has to take care of the children while we're gone. We can't let her drink this until after they go to bed.
Bocek, here's 8 good berries. Basia, here's 7. Yovar, here's 7. And I'll take 8.
But
She's
here's, I tell you what, sister, you hang on to this, and when Jinx comes to visit, the two of you can drink it together. I think that would be very nice.
She puts the bacon in her mouth to empty her hand and immediately scoops up all 5 jars and like in her arms. She's like, I'm going to put these away. I'll be right back. And
Okay, alright, I knew you would, that's fine.
And she kind of goes down. She goes downstairs.
He watches the sister go. It's like, what are you doing? You know, he's already watching the house. Now you're basically giving him an invitation to go inside.
I mean, hey, why not? I mean, you know, like he's already watching the house. He might as well have more motivation. Keeps my children safer. I know what I'm doing.
Are your sister's bait?
Oh no, I love my sister. She thinks he's handsome. I think they make good match.
That's a
they
good
both
trap for
terrible
you
with.
to set.
yeah.
You're very clever.
Thank you, Gorple. I appreciate you. I used to be very good at setting traps when I was young, as I said.
All right, so how are we gonna trap this person though? Once he catches the bait, what's the trap?
Okay, look, first off, we're not going after him because no one's hired us to do it. I'm just a little suspicious of this guy and this guild keeping an eye on her and basically sending her out into the dangerous places to get their shiny magic stuff for her.
Well, they're
With-
taking a chance on me because they weren't even sure if I could do it, to be perfectly honest with you. So that's saying a lot. I mean, they say that, and yet look at how much they are guarding me and things like that. So, just saying.
This is a really nice place, and, you know, I'm just wondering when the other shoe's going to drop and they're going to say, you haven't earned it. It's time to cough up, and yeah. So, going
Well,
into
another
dangerous
thing
places
coming,
to
because
hunt.
I have all of you now as my friends. So
I
if
can
they
be.
try to tell me that, I just show them you, and then
My
they
price
hunt
is
you.
tripled for hunting wizards.
I
Alright,
I will
that's fair.
pay your price, and then I will be Bocek in China shop.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay,
you
wait,
go
wait,
China
we are
shop,
not-
good.
Can we please get out of this town before we get ourselves arrested for assassinating wizards
Yeah.
or something like that?
Sure.
It's time to go rescue the first guy who hired us. Take that off the list. We get that off the list, and then we'll deal.
Then
If
we'll go
these
down the
guys
line.
start trying to put a squeeze on Basia, well, they're gonna get squeezed. But we don't have to start squeezing first.
I
Okay,
just wanted my prices known. That's it. I'm for
That's
hire. I
fine.
just wanted my prices known.
Well, that's good. I know now that if you ever come after me, it's triple the price. So that's good.
Oh yeah, you're far more dangerous than some person who wields a sword or axe. I can kill them from 300 feet away.
I like this. This is good. I feel safer now.
You turn around and Carolina's just kind of standing there, just kind of like shaking her head.
Hi.
You
Hi,
have
sister.
you have the nicest friends. Okay.
We got your back.
They believe it or not, they really do have my back though all the time. It's good.
All right. So let's
Maybe
Let-
not the frog.
well, let's get your things into the cart and get you on your way.
Yes, it is about that time.
All right. So she begins to the sacks that she's kind of prepared with the extra food from breakfast. She kind of like starts picking it up and bringing it outside. You all start bringing your things as well. Are you leaving? You're leaving the dragon skull in the basement. Okay. So one of you can be in the cart. Can be driving the cart, and you can actually put the rest of your belongings in it if you wish. And kind of do it that way. You still have your horses, which are hitched out front with the rest of the cart as well.
What's dragging the cart?
You have an extra horse now. And so and Gorple, you grab Teague and kind of bring him out front as well. As you're starting to kind of load up the cart, Carolina's there. She goes, "What's this?" And she kind of reaches into the cart, and there's a sack already there. It's not very large. It's like a small like a sack that you can kind of tie on your belt. She kind of hands it to you, Basia.
I open it and look inside.
You look inside, and there are 2 healing potions inside.
Where did we talk about this? Were we inside the building when we were talking
Yeah.
about this?
You were in the house, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Well then, Jinx knows that I'm trying to set him up with my sister. Oh well, whatever. I don't care. I'm trying to set you up with my sister.
You say into the bag.
I say it into the sack. Like I don't care. It's like whatever.
I'm
Well,
t-
now we have 2 healing potions.
Look, I'm
so that's
telling you
great.
that either the horse is listening to us or something on that cart's going to be listening to us. So, Gorp, you check it out thoroughly. Look for any weird markings and stuff, or the horse has a weird brand on him and he's
I mean,
listening.
it's just easy. I can't speak with animals.
Okay.
Hey, buddy,
Yeah.
are you a horse?
Yeah, I'm a fucking horse.
You want a good berry? It'll fill you up. It'll taste good. It's a berry.
Make it a persuasion check. Not animal handling, persuasion with advantage.
That'll be a 14.
14. He sniffs it and then
Yeah, that's fucking good.
Can I make an insight check? Because I don't expect horses to curse.
yeah, go ahead, make an insight check. Yeah.
This is a city horse.
Yeah, that's the difference. City horse.
Well, that's a natural 20, I think, for like a 24.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you start inspecting like after you're kind of like the fuck. You start looking him over. While no longer in his prime, this seems to be absolutely a horse. But you can see what seems like old wounds. And then you get a little bit of a better look at him, and you can tell that this was some kind of battle horse. Who now no longer in his prime is now kind of being used as a pack horse.
Okay.
But absolutely seems to have some scars and wounds from multiple battles.
Yeah, I kind of run my gloved hand and I'm like, oh, you're a warrior. And I kind of like inspect him and like I pat him in the places like to be like you're a strong animal. I'm like,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he kind of like stomps and goes,
You're damn right.
What's your name?
Well, they call me Henry, but I prefer Hank.
Ah, I kind of refer to him, so I can tell you this horse has a long and strong legacy. He draws on the mighty power of the Hank force, where every
What?
rascal, varmint, and critter who bears the name Hank gives him strength. His name's Hank.
Wow. Okay, Hank it is. There's something about the true name of Hank that I just learned today. I didn't know about this. This is some
You've
other thing
never
I'm
you've
learning?
never heard of the Hank force? Come on.
No, this is new.
I made it
Just
up.
think of it
I
this
thought
way.
it was much cooler.
It's another name you can steal, you know.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm
Well,
saying.
I
I've
mean,
stolen
listen.
some more knowledge.
Hank might beat you up. Hank's a tough. Okay, I've never
I'm
heard
not
an
gonna
animal
mess with
curse.
him.
This horse. I don't know if I want to challenge this horse to a fight. Just throwing it out there. The
Yeah,
horse
okay.
is surly, but I would say in a fight, he may not react as skittishly as the
good.
other horses. And because he's older, if we can kind of bring him around our other horses, they might take his lead.
Good. That's good.
And that
for
will be
them.
important because if we go into a battle, I'm going to tell you, those two draft horses are going to shit themselves and run.
Yeah, they're
That's
pretty
just
scared
how
of it.
horses work.
All right, well then, Hank can be in
Hank,
charge. Does Hank like apples? Can you ask him so I can maybe
He's
give
a fucking
him some?
horse. Of course he likes
I'm gonna go get an apple from in the house. Also,
He's
I guess
super full. He's
I
super
guess
full.
I'll just
Don't feel-
dictate my letter to Eben out loud, so I'll just say it instead of writing it down inside the house. Like, I just go in the house. Like,
he stomps inside. So Hank's seen some shit. All right. You might want to, if there is a fight, we probably don't want him, tied to the cart. He won't be able to fight so well. But
He's listen, Hank's I think fighting days might be over. He's not a bad horse. He don't got a broken back, but I say that he has the instincts that he will overcome likely fear of battle and the sounds of swords and blood. Like most horses will run in fear from predators. I don't think he will. I don't think he's not ready. He's too old right now for war again. Not saying he won't fight if something comes and he might fuck it up, but his glory days might be behind him.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Put Hank on the cart, I'll carry it. Or I'll drag it.
I
So
didn't say anything like that.
all right, look, we'll stick with him on the cart for now. But if it looks like trouble's coming, we unhitch him, so he at least has some maneuverability and stuff. Whether he can fight or not fight, no horse is going to fight better attached to a cart.
So you have this
alright,
conversation, Basha. You go inside.
I am going to write it down, but I'm gonna mutter the whole thing out loud. Like, I know you're listening now. I'm gonna say it out loud too. Like, But
Okay.
basically, she's because I forgot to mention the dragon cultists, and I think that's important. So I'm gonna be like, hey, I know this isn't really like our problem, but they did mention these 3 names of people that may be in danger. So if you know anything about it, please send word. Let me know if we need to do anything about it, because they, we killed all these cultists. I don't know what they're about. Or
Gotcha.
if they're even cultists. I just assume they are weird masked people, and I described in detail the masks.
Okay.
I also mention some of the I mentioned the glass staff because I didn't talk about that before, like the actual staff, and I'm like, by the way, I did find this, I'm using it, so no, you can't have it right now. We also found an axe, and I mentioned that by name, and I mentioned the sword by name. I'm like, we are currently using these items to better help us find Gundren. If for some reason they're like super cursed or you really need him back, let me know. But otherwise, we're gonna use him for now. Like,
Okay.
And that's pretty much it.
Alright.
And again, I say all this out loud. I'm also like, I really think Jinx and my sister would get along. Smiley
Okay.
face. And
Okay.
then I said, I finished the letter and I leave it for Carolina to give to him, but I definitely said everything that I was writing down quietly out loud while writing it.
Right. Yeah, and as you finish and you hand it to her, she's like, very subtle. I like it. And she kind of...
Yeah, okay, it's not subtle. Well, Eben's reading this, not Jinx. It's fine.
All right. So she takes it and she kind of puts it on the mantle of the fireplace. She goes, I'll make sure it gets to them. So you be careful. All right.
Okay.
And you've already said your goodbyes to the girls, and they're already like in either their room or doing their thing.
Doing something.
Yeah, and so she gives you a big hug. She kisses you on the forehead and she goes, "Listen, I know I don't say this all the time. I am very, very proud of you. All right,
Thank
you're
you.
doing so well, and do not worry about the girls. They are doing so good, and they are so
I know.
proud. They are so proud of you too.
I know.
All right."
And I know that I think I'm doing better than Alexi did, to be honest. But you be well, okay?
You know me. I am fine. Just you be careful, okay?
Of course.
All right? And
I always came home before, didn't I?
yes,
How can this be worse,
you have crazy frog person now, so this is different.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
very
that's
different.
true. It's already very different, yeah.
All right?
Mm-hmm.
If crazy frog person is going to get you killed, you let him die. You come home to us.
Okay, I
Alright.
promise I will. If I think it's a live or die situation, I will not put myself in that if it comes to frog person.
Stand behind Bocek, okay?
As always.
And your dwarf friend Drovar, he seems very nice.
He's
So
good.
try not to let anything bad happen to him.
Yes, I will protect him. It's fine.
But let crazy frog person take first hit always, okay?
Yep, that's not hard to do. He usually goes right for the line of fire, so that's easy.
All right. I just I call it like I see it. I
Yeah,
think
you're very good at that.
all of
Always
those
have been.
things I think will get you home alive to us. Okay?
Okay, and I hug her really tightly.
Yeah, she hugs you back and she's like, I love you very much. So
I love you too.
So-
All right, be well.
go kick some ass. Go ahead.
Yeah. And I come back outside with an apple, and I
Yeah.
grab from the table, and I'm like,
Yeah.
here, wait, okay, here, Hank, if you.
Make an animal handling check with
Oh.
disadvantage.
I'm gonna warn you, he ain't a good berry. Just heads up.
Yeah,
He's full.
that's why you're getting disadvantage because he's so full at this point.
That's only a 13.
13. He takes it from your hand very gently and tosses it to Gorple.
Okay, well, at least. All right, well, that's good. At least he didn't bite me, so thank you for that. Cool. Right. Yeah, I just kind of back away. They're not like sidle, like, okay, I go over here now.
And the horse watches you until you're out of his eyesight and then just kind of looks forward again.
Me and Hank, we're gonna get along famously.
So you pack up your things. Carolina's at the front door, just kind of waving to all of you as you begin to make your way. Who's driving the cart? Bocek? Okay.
I think because the rest of them already have mounts, it only makes sense that I drive the cart.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I also can. I have proficiency in it, so I'm happy to switch back and forth when we get tired of being in the cart. We'll.
I'm not sure if the other horse can survive me.
So as you
Have fun
as you turn and walk to actually get on the cart, the first thing you all notice on this cart is that the wheels are reinforced with metal. So they are wooden, and they seem to be kind of like the metal seems to actually be kind of formed around the wood to give it extra reinforcement. And so Bocek, for the first time, anytime you've gotten onto a cart, there is no loud creaking or slight cracking of wood from your immense weight. And it's interesting. You're expecting it, and it doesn't happen. So you begin to slightly bounce up and down to try and get that. And you do hear a slight crack under the seat under you. And it's very slight. It's not bad, but once you hear that, you feel better. And you begin to kind of use your momentum, crack the reins to get Hank moving. I need you to make an animal handling check, please.
So I have proficiency in land vehicles.
Okay, so this will be with advantage.
Even with advantage, it's still only a 9.
Okay. So yeah, you're kind of bouncing up and down, and as you hear that crack and you're ready to go, Gorple, you're the one that you notice it first. You hear as the crack happens, Hank's ear kind of twitches slightly, and then he kind of turns his head slightly to look, and then Bocek cracks the reins, and Hank is just still staring at Bocek.
I kind of, since Speak with Animals last 10 minutes, I'm like, come on, Hank, we're gonna go storm a castle. We need your help.
Who's this fucking clown?
That's Bocek, and he's too big to ride one of those horses. They're too weak to carry him. So we figured only a real person could.
Fine.
And just stops staring Bocek down, and then slowly begins to move the cart forward. And Bocek, there's like you can feel a strength in this horse, like as he pulls forward, like normally, like you have, there is some give on the reins as you're doing this. As he continues, he's not pulling against you, but he seems to want to show you that he's in charge. Rather, he's taking you somewhere. You're not taking him.
Yay, horsey ride!
And with that, you make your way out of Helm's Hold on your continued journey to Cragmaw Castle to find out what, if anything, has happened to Gundren, and see if you could save his life, or, if need be, avenge it.
I'm gonna ride up a side along this, Hank, and I'm like, come on, old man, keep up, as we're like riding on a dinosaur to kind of like do that like friendly jostling you would with a soldier.
Right. He kind of looks at you and just and then just continues to go. And that is where we're going to call it for the evening. Great game, guys.
Nice.
That was great.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff I wasn't sure I didn't know it was going to happen, and then or how it was going to turn out. That was very interesting.
That was cool.
That was
Good
really
game.
cool. Yeah. Excellent. So thank you so much to my wonderful players. That was, as always, an interesting ride.
Oh yeah.
I want to do a few shout outs. I want to thank everybody, obviously, for joining us and watching this this interesting ride of D&D players. Man, this just feels so much like so classic D&D. Like it's awesome. I love it. Let's see. So we have let's see. S. Jane Winchester, thank you so much for the resub. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Heterotic, thank you for following the channel. Definitely.
Nice.
I think I'm saying that correctly. I hope I am. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. And Cybreaker, thank you so much for following the channel. Appreciate it. All of you, thank you again so much. Definitely appreciate your support and just watching us. Please make sure that if you are confused, you haven't or you missed any of the what's happened previously, we do have our YouTube channel. You can catch up with episodes on our YouTube channel to kind of bring you up to speed. And if you need another D&D fix, we got another one tomorrow. Whole new group of players, 7 players for our Wild Mount campaign. And that's going to be the same time, 7:30 as well. And if you're into Magic the Gathering, I do Friday Night Magic at 8 p.m. also. So I can't wait to see you then, or whenever it is you decide to join us again. Thank you so much. We do appreciate you. And as we close out for the evening, we are going to raid another supporter of everything that we do. Let me just see who is currently on at the moment. Let's see. Who do we have? Let's see. which doesn't always tell me everybody who's on, which is crazy. Ooh, I know who we're going to raid. We are going to raid my daughter, my oldest. Lady Poopsie, she's currently streaming Phasmophobia. If you're into that kind of horror, just kind of forewarning folks, if you're into that spooky genre horror games, that is kind of what she's playing right now. So stand by as we finish out for the evening. And as always, please be good to yourselves, be good to others, take care of others, and please remember to take care of yourselves as well. Until we see you next time, take care.